Wait. 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 Good, where? Good, wait. 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 Down. Down. Wait. Sit. Sit. Good morning. My name is Ilan Wittenberg, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the 2023 North Shore National Salon of Photography. We are here at the live judging, and please bear with us if we have some technical difficulties. We hope not to have, but Murphy is working with us too. And we have the following judges to help us with the first category, and we have Kevin, Chris, David, Charlotte, and Catherine. And the first category we're going to be looking at is open monochrome. So I'll just read the category briefly, and then we'll have a slideshow. And I'm just going to check that the live streaming, you have voice, and let me check that there is voice. So put in a question there, and hopefully, so we currently have about 50 viewers, and we'll have more, and hopefully someone will say to me, yes, there is voice. Yes, there is voice. So we hope to have some fun and to learn and to grow and to be inspired. And the first category, as I said, is open monochrome, and I'll just read the category definition briefly. Any subject or style or image in monochrome which is in any shade of any single color and contains variations of only one color and nothing else. This could be different shades of blue, green, red, or gray, for example. Nice. And so we will load the first category, and I'm just trying to check. Good morning. My name is Ilan Wittenberg, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the 2023 North Shore National Salon of Photography. We are here at the... Okay, so this was my mistake. We'll try to move on. And hopefully we will see the images that we're going to judge today. Okay, so these were the monochrome images, and we are going to load the first image. And we're going to load the judges. Yeah, ish. Checking one more thing. Okay, So I will ask the judges to score the first image, which is titled Storm at Whakatane Heads. Thank you. Catherine, I think you wanted to score this in the 50 to 99 score. So I'll just ask you all to rescore, and Catherine, just try to rescore that image on a level between 50 to 99, please.
Are you getting that this time, Ilan? Just trying one more time.
I think you need. Okay. David, you need to log in again. Something happened and you logged out by mistake.
It's just
Yeah,
throwing
no,
me
wait,
out.
wait.
Just push.
Okay, so everybody score this image, please. Okay, I will push this and hopefully you can rescore. So if you did get a rescore window, let's try and do that now. So only David was able to rescore. We have a small malfunction here. We have a small malfunction. So I think I'll reset the system and we'll start from fresh. Something has happened here and I'm not sure what, so we'll just I will just reset the system because I'm not sure we can do the rescoring properly. So judges, everyone but Elizabeth, please log in and hopefully we can start from fresh.
Ilan, I'm just sending you a quick message. I'm just getting a bit of an error message.
Okay. That's not good. Thank you, Catherine. Okay, so Catherine, Charlotte, and Kevin, please log in. Apologies, we have a small hiccup. Hopefully we'll be able to bounce back. Good. And so we should have the first image here. And I will ask our 5 judges to score this image, please.
Get my score, Elon. It's just refreshed itself.
I know we have a small glitch here, so I'm trying to work with that. Okay, we have a small glitch here. Are you able to log in, Chris?
Yeah, I'm in now.
Okay. There's no rescoring here? No. Okay.
I'm going to try it again.
Okay, don't try. We'll try. Yeah, try scoring again. Maybe we'll get that through at some point. Otherwise, we need to call the webmaster to help us with this conundrum.
Yeah, it's let me do it now.
Okay, thank you. So we are using a special software that was developed and tested, but Murphy is doing that bit. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, I will need to call the big guns, so please bear with me and we shall get that sorted. Okay. This is unfortunate, but hopefully this will resolve shortly. Otherwise, we have a small issue. What we'll do in the meanwhile is we'll talk about our sponsors. And the first sponsor we're going to talk about is Print Art. So Print Art is a kind sponsor. They print the 24 images which will win gold, silver, and bronze, and they will also print the other award-winning photos where applicants, entrants who wish to introduce their photos, they could pay for these photos to be exhibited at the Marangi Bay Art Center. We're going to have an exhibition there for a few weeks, and these will be sent to your home. So Print Art is an amazing company, and I've been working with them for a few years now, and we'll have John Bodden, who is a personal friend of mine, speak and show a little bit from his
Hi, welcome to the Print Art Studio. My name is John, and I'm going to take you around the studio and show you what we do here. So we have a range of printers in the studio, and our color workflow is calibrated, so we use the latest X-Rite color calibration system on our monitors and printers and our digitizing service. So Print Art, we have a range of papers that we can print on. These range from decor quality art papers through to the best fine art paper, cotton rags. Our service provides packaging in crystal clear sleeves with a backing card if required. We also provide a framing service. We frame in standard black, white and natural frames. So unfortunately no custom frames, we only do standard metric sizes, that is A4, A3, A2 and A1. We also provide a range of canvas printing options. So canvas printing and stretching. So these are printed and stretched over kiln dried stretcher bars. And most of the sides are gallery wrapped. And to finish off your canvas frame, we can do a beautiful tray frame, which is either natural, black or white. So for Canberra Club members, we provide a print and mat service. So Karina here has just finished trimming up one of our prints, and she's going to take that through to our matting area, and Nicola is going to take over and mat that for us. So the matting process we use is conservation matting, where the print isn't stuck down to the backing board. It's hinged in such a way that it can be moved and replaced at any time. And it also allows the print to move and breathe within the mat, so it doesn't start crinkling and rippling. So it's basically a piece of tape at the back and a T-tape over the front, and that provides the opportunity to either replace the print or for the print to move around quite freely. Yep. So all the mats are secured with double-sided tape using an ATG gun. That seals the mat securely. Great. We'll hold that up first, please. There you go. Thank you. Oh, and yeah, so the matting options are either black or white, and that would be the black option. Perfect. Right, we also provide an art digitizing service at Print Art. So our art digitizing service, we have a custom-made frame for holding the artwork securely. We use a Salon P2 camera and a Betalight scan back for digitizing artwork. It provides us with a true 48-bit RGB image file of high resolution and high color fidelity for producing artwork. Artworks are stored securely in our studio. Right, so our range of printers, we have Canon, Epson, and the latest Canon P4000. Yeah, so that's print art. So you're welcome to pop in anytime and come in and have a look around and meet the team.
So I think we missed some of that video. We'll show it again later. What I'll do now, we will actually try to run this again. Hopefully we have some progress, and we will try and show this. And David has already scored. Let's try all the other 4 judges to score this image. Maybe we can get forward with this Salon. Doesn't seem to work. Sure. So let's see if Kevin and Catherine can enter their scores again. Somehow I have only 3 scores from Charlotte, Chris, and David. We have Kevin's score, so Catherine.
Elan, should I just try logging out and logging back in again?
Yes. Yes. Are you able to score, Catherine? Apologies to the public. We hope to get this run and smoothly, but wasn't meant to be.
Okay, I've rescored, Elon.
Okay, let's see if something comes in. Yes. So I will ask you to rescore, and hopefully you should have a rescore button. So hopefully you can all put the scores again, and maybe it will trickle through. Okay, so I will try and ask you to do it again, because the system somehow has all your previous scores, but we're getting somewhere here. So everybody enters their scores again, and hopefully we can move forward. And one more time, please.
Elon, I don't have the rescore box available anymore.
Okay. I think we will move to the next oh dear. So I will mute myself, and I will get each of you to speak a little about yourself. I will stop sharing, and I will try and stop sharing if I can. Those machines, huh? Machines. Yes, conundrums. Still trying to get the machine to work. Okay. Judges, please score this image. Maybe we can do it this time.
Do you want us to enter the revised score as well, Ilan?
Enter something that will come on my screen, Charlotte.
I've already
Anything is
entered an
good. Just
initial
repeat. Okay. Okay, we have some help.
Alone, I've had two images shown up. One, the storm at Wakatani Heads, and the other one is the one about the motorcycle.
Yeah,
called
that showed
Lift Off.
briefly. So let's try and score the storm at Wakatane Heads. Again, Kevin, we're waiting for your score. I know it's not ideal, but something is not working. Catherine says there's no rescoring. But Kevin, we're still waiting for you, so maybe you can help us. Otherwise, we need to restart this whole machine and maybe start from fresh. Not sure if
I'll
that's going to
put
work.
it in now again. Did you get it that time, Elon?
Well, I got something, so I'll try to get you to score now, please. Okay, so I'm going to ask everyone to log off, and I will reset the system, and hopefully that will give us some joy. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to move forward with this machine. So everybody log out, and I will reset the system. Okay, so please log back in, and hopefully we will have better luck this time. Are you able to log in? No?
No.
Okay. Try to log in now, please. So Chris and Kevin are in. Everybody's in, and hopefully you can score this image, which will show on the screen shortly. Okay, and so we'll just see if you can rescore this, please. Otherwise, we'll move to the next image and we may be able to come back to that.
Nothing coming up, Elon.
Okay. So I will move to the next image and hopefully it will, we can go back to this image. Okay, so the next image is called Liftoff, and hopefully we can judge this image properly and move on. So Catherine, we are scoring between 50 to 99.
I have entered my score. Can you not see that, Elon?
I see it's below 10. Your score is below 10. So we're scoring between 50 to 99. This is the scoring range.
I'm just going to put in the chat what I've scored and what it's showing me, okay?
Okay. Okay, so we'll try to okay, Kevin and Chris, we're still waiting for your scores.
I'm still seeing the old image.
You're still
Yeah,
seeing the
I'm
old
still
image.
seeing the old image as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have a small hiccup. We'll I'll have to go back here and not a happy start, but it is what it is.
Elon, can you set it so I can?
I tried, but there's too many other issues,
Okay.
Catherine.
Yeah.
So all 5 judges try to log in back again. I hope we can move this forward. Okay, doesn't work. Okay, try now, please.
It says it hasn't yet started.
Try again. Okay, let's try. Otherwise, we'll select another category, or we ask the, I don't know, let's try. So to the crowd at home, this worked perfectly in our testing, but for some reason it doesn't like us today, and not sure how we're going to go about that, but hopefully this is going to go somewhere.
I'm looking at the first image now.
Yes, it's the
Storm.
first image.
Okay.
First image, absolutely. First image, David. Okay, so we have an initial score of 64, and David is in another scoring range. David, would you like to talk about the image?
Yes, I would. The image here invites me to take a walk along the breakwater out towards the horizon, and there I see some items of interest. I see Whale Island, I see a boating marker, and these all add to the visual flow of the image. And then I come across the storm clouds in the background. I think that the tonal range in the whole image is appropriate to the subject, and the treatment adds to the mood of the storm at Wakatani Heads.
Great. So what was your score, David?
My score was 82.
Catherine, would you like to challenge this?
I'm certainly not going to challenge it down. Listening to David, I scored this 52. It's perhaps a little bit on the mean side. I agree the tonal range is beautiful, and the sense of the movement in the clouds. I guess I was walking out along there, and then I was reaching the little structure, whatever the name for that is, and I was finding that the delicacy of that wasn't able to compete with the heaviness of the island out to the right, and also very slightly bothered by the fact that that's not central in the frame. If you're going to have it so close to central, it's a little bit off for me. But I am listening to what you're saying, and I do think I might have been a little bit mean, so I'd be interested to hear some other opinions.
Well, everybody else is on the same page. David, would you like to, you have the right of reply.
Yes, I agree with what Catherine's saying about the visual balance between the marker and the island on the right-hand side, and also the fact that it's that marker is slightly off to one side. It does disturb the visual balance of the image to some extent. So I may have been a little bit generous.
Okay, that's okay.
I still think it's a beautiful image.
So let's try to rescore, and if you want to move your score somewhere, we can at this point, and hopefully we can move to the next image.
I'm not getting the option to rescore.
Okay, so I'm advised to pause this session, and I will pause the live streaming, and we will reconvene. The judge, please stay on the Zoom session. We will reconvene at 10 a.m. when this whole thing will be sorted. So I'm pausing the live streaming for a minute, and I will show this slideshow instead. And we will get the machine on the way. So all judges, please log off, and we will try and get the machine sorted. Okay, we're going to invite, I'm going to try and mute this. So welcome back, and hopefully we can move forward. And I will actually have asked the judges to score this image in front of us, and we will move forward with gusto. And the initial score is 73. And Charlotte, would you like to challenge this image, please?
Yeah, so I scored it 89. I would even be happy to score this a little higher. I just look at this image and it makes me smile. It's a happy shot, it's got emotion in it, it's captured a decisive moment. It could well be in that category. Just you get drawn into the subject's face and just look at that expression. It's joyful. Technically, I think it's excellent. She's frozen in motion, nice and sharp. But you can still see the speed on the bike. You can see the wheels turning, and I think that's fabulous. And I really like the skin tones in the monochrome, and she really pops from the background. So I think it's with a really good score. I'd like to see it at least get a high honours. So
Thank
yeah,
you, Charlotte.
please rescore.
Awesome. Kevin, you were scoring at the lower end.
I was, yes. I agree with everything that Charlotte's saying about the facial expression and everything else, but for me it's an action shot. And as an action shot, the effect on the wheels isn't quite right. If there was blur on the wheels, there'd be blur on the top of the wheel and the bottom of the wheel, but there's only blur on the bottom. So this is an after effect for me that's been done after the shot's been taken. So I've kept it low because I'm looking at it as an action shot. And I'm happy to bring it up a bit, but not to an honours level.
Okay. Catherine, would you like to talk about the image?
I'd love to, yeah. So I scored this in 82, and I support everything that Charlotte said. I think this is going beyond, for me, what is your standard action image because of that expression. It's not just concentration, there's something almost a bit cheeky about it as well. And I think the photographer has really made the subject pop from the background with the exposure. You know, your eye goes directly where this photographer wants you to look. Hadn't picked that about the motion blur on the wheels. Doesn't really bother me, and I'm very comfortable with this in the honours range. Thanks.
Very good. So, Charlotte, would you like to bring it home?
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, Kevin, but this isn't in an action category, it's in monochrome, and I don't think we should be penalising people for using Photoshop, or if it is indeed done that. And I think it has been done well. So yeah, that's where I am at.
Okay. Judges, please rescore. So for the benefit of the public at home, we rescore an image when there is a challenge, and the challenge is taken when a judge scores in a different scoring range from the initial average score, and the initial average score was 73, and Charlotte has scored it at 89, so this was in a different scoring range, and we're waiting for Chris to enter his image scoring.
I'm not getting an option
Refresh
to
your
rescore.
screen, Chris.
Okay. Do we need to do that every time?
I don't know.
Okay.
And this was a good discussion, and the image now scores 79, and I'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Chris, we're still waiting for you. Great. And we have an initial score of 68. David, you're slightly higher. Would you like to challenge this? You are muted, David. David, you are muted.
No, I don't think I will challenge it.
No worries.
I think on
That's okay.
looking at it again, I think I was probably a little bit
That's
generous first time round.
We'll move on. Would you like to say something constructive to the photographer, Chris?
Yep. Like really nice tonal range. I actually quite enjoy the placement of the building being on the right hand side, and some sort of negative space on the left hand side, the cloud movement. I really enjoyed also that the little object just on the left hand side on the horizon line. So yeah, well done to the photographer.
Awesome. Thank you. So we should have a new image popping up. We're now moving forward with gusto. Charlotte? We're waiting for your score, Charlotte.
I already entered it.
So try to
Shall I
refresh
refresh?
your screen, please. I still don't have your score. I'll try to refresh on my end. Okay. David, somehow your score is now missing. Not sure why. Okay. So we have an initial score of 73. Charlotte, would you like to challenge this image?
Yeah, I think it's worth more than that. I think it belongs up in the honors. I just think
What was
there's
your
a lot
score,
of-
Charlotte?
oh, sorry, it was 83. This is a really lovely portrait that's been set up, and it's intentional, and there's been effort that's gone into the styling, the prop, the engagement in the gaze is really lovely. I would like to see more details in the shadows. We are losing half of the face, but there's just some really beautiful textures, and everything's really like crispy and sharp, but not overly sharp. I just think it's been done really well. And it does, as a portrait photographer, I recognize the effort that's gone into this, and I'd like to see it getting a deserving score.
Awesome. Chris, would you like to, you were on the other end.
Yeah, I scored this 65. I hear what you're saying. I suppose what held me back was the the shadow on the left-hand side, if we look at on the face, I'd like to have seen a little bit more there, and the blacks, and at the bottom of the image there is just it goes into black, and then there's just a little light on the really bottom of the image, and those was what held me back. I might have been a little harsh, so I'm listening.
David, would you like to talk about the image?
Yes, I would. I think that it's all in the look in the eyes. It's beautifully captured moment, entirely in keeping with the title of the image, Judgment. What I was slightly disturbed by was the light portion just around the left hand holding the book. That didn't seem to be consistent with the lighting of the rest of the image. And once seen, I kept on going back to that. So that held me back from giving it a higher mark.
What was your score, David?
83, I think it was, or 82.
Thank you. So let's rescore this image, please. Thank you, judges, and the score has moved from 73 to 77, and I'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an average score of 72, and we'll accept that. David, would you like to say a few words to the photographer? You don't have to mute yourself, David.
Yes. The thing that really sticks out for me about this image is the beautiful separation of foreground and background. I see so many pictures or images of this tree and the Wanaka tree. Most of them are in colour, and I find this is particularly striking. What is really remarkable about it is this lovely use of contrast and luminance to give a very three-dimensional look to this image.
Thank you, David. I'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 71, and I'll accept that. Charlotte, would you like to give some feedback to the photographer?
Yeah, I think it's a really lovely example of this scene that we do see a lot of. So unfortunately, some of the impact is lost when you're seeing the same scene over and over. But I think this is a really lovely example. The mountains are gorgeously clear in the background. So really lovely tonal range, the contrasts between that and the sky. The tree initially sort of right off to the side there kind of threw me a little bit, but the longer that it sits with me, I quite like the panoramic feel of it. So, and I really enjoy the lighting, the subtle lighting on the trunk of the tree. So yeah.
Thank you. Awesome. I'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. David, waiting for you. Maybe refresh your screen, David, if you cannot score the image. Thank you. And we have an initial score of 79. Catherine, would you like to talk about the image?
I would love to talk about the image. Thank you, Elan. So I scored this in 93, actually. Really quite high on it. I think this is a very striking image, graphically, obviously, but for me, this also has humour and the reference back to those, sort of fashion images of the 60s with that moon sort of chair, but using an older figure in there. And I think it's been handled very well. You bring out all the wonderful texture in the skin around the shoulders, and then you've got those great big knobbly joints on the feet. So I felt that it had a bit of the story behind it and that sort of art history, photographic history reference, and I felt that it was had a good strong impact, and I think the square crop is working very well. So yeah, I think it's been a bit hard done by, and I'd like to talk about it a little more.
Awesome. Chris?
Yeah, I was at the other end and probably I scored at 73. I'm probably a little harsh, to be honest. I enjoyed the symmetrical view of it. What my eye keeps on getting drawn to is the little black triangle of darkness on the left-hand side by the neck and in the arms. It's probably a shadow, but I'm drawn to that. But yeah, I'm listening.
Thank you. Charlotte?
I didn't get the reference, and I was initially kind of confused. I enjoyed the shape and the form that's been used in here, and of course monochrome really helps to bring that out, and I agree that I like the square crop and all of that. I don't like the very sharp look to it, and I don't like the grain, which I think might have been added afterwards, perhaps trying to emulate those old film photographs, but it doesn't really work for me, so I'm happy with this in the highly commended range.
Any other judge that would like to join the discussion? Okay, so Catherine, would you like to the right of reply, please?
Yeah, just quickly. I think the sharpness is important there to bring out all that texture. I hadn't even noticed that dark triangle, but that's just a natural byproduct of the lighting, which is giving us that texture. And yes, this is definitely that a reference back to, normally you would see a young, nubile, beautiful woman in this pose, and so they've taken the opposite approach here with a man, and B, the age. So I'm pretty happy where I am. I'm hoping that you guys can come up a few more points and maybe just get it into the low honours range for me.
Thank you, Catherine, and I will ask you to rescore, please. So for people at home, to explain, Catherine has scored it She was the highest scoring, but she cannot increase her score. Everybody else can increase their score, and some will and some will not, and it's okay. And we're waiting for David. And it has gone up from 79 to 82. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the photographer. And we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 77. Charlotte, would you like to talk about the image?
I think the longer you look at this, the more you see. And although I don't find the subject that exciting personally, I think it's been done exceptionally well. I love that there's the use of movement blur in the chopping of the knife. I think the idea and the concept is really original, and I haven't seen anything like this before. It's been put together, whether that's been in situ or in Photoshop, very, very well. Like, I can't tell, and I've got quite the trained eye. And I just really like the sort of historical reference. Sorry, apologies, if historical reference to the older style cookbook, and the film camera, and yeah, I love the tones, and it's really, really well done.
Awesome. Chris.
Yeah, what did I score this? I scored this a 70. So in the highly commended range. I think you're right in the fact of the more you look at it, the more you get out of it. Yeah, I'm listening.
David, would you like to talk about the image?
No, I think that the comments I would make have already been made. So
okay. Does anyone else wants to contribute?
I'll just
Go ahead,
really quickly say that I put this in the honours range as well, and I back up everything that Charlotte said. I think the tonal range is beautiful, the composition as well. You know, I don't think I would change anything about the way that's been laid out with the hands coming in there. You've got the movement, you've got the flow down through the image. Very original concept, and yeah, very, very well put together.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. Thank you. It has gone up from 77 to 81, and I'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. And we have the next image, please. And we have an initial score of 74. Kevin, I'd like you to talk about the image, please, but we couldn't hear you last time very well. Maybe you can bring the microphone slightly closer to you.
Okay. I love the fact that the photographer's, number one, gone out and whether that not everyone will go out in. But more than that, it's the flow of it, the fact that he's picked out this guy in the cagoule or anorak, whatever you want to call it, in complete contrast to everyone else who are all under their umbrellas. I love the flow of it. I love the fact that the suite moves into this individual character that really he doesn't care whether it's raining or not or pouring. The whole set of the image works for me.
Thanks, Kevin. What was your score?
81, sorry.
Catherine.
So I gave this a 64. I do appreciate everything that you've said, and I think it deserves to be in the higher end of the acceptances. I feel like it's a little bit bright. The whole image could have just been brought down a little bit. I think the subject has been very well placed, and the photographer is really telling you exactly where to look. But beyond that, I don't really see anything that would take it to the honours range. But I can bring up my score a little bit.
Kevin, you have the right of reply.
No, I'm fine. I mean, it was in my own head. It was not going to be a high honours, and it was on the cusp. But I think the brightness of the centre, it emphasises the fact that that's where we want to look. But there's not a huge amount of difference between the outside and the inside with that tonal range. No, I'm fine with
Okay.
where it is. I'd
That's
like to see
perfect.
it come up a little bit, but if it doesn't, it doesn't.
So, judges, please rescore. And it has gone up from 74 to 76, and we'll accept that. And the next image, please. We're waiting for your score, Kevin.
I've put it in.
Maybe click on refresh, please. Thank you. And we have a score of 73, and we'll accept that. Chris, would you like to say a few things to the photographer?
Yeah, sure. I really like the simplicity of it. The sort of the yin and the yang, the black and the white. I quite enjoyed it. It's a real simple image, and yeah, nice to look at. Nice contrast between the black and the white, between the shadows and the vase. So well done.
Thank you. And we have the next image to score, please. And we have an initial score of 77. Charlotte, would you like to talk about the image?
Yeah, I think this is another one that could have been put in the decisive moment category. It's just a real capture, but it's elevated by that cyclist in the middle, and your eye is immediately drawn right in there, and then you start to cycle out around and appreciate all the imperfect symmetry around, and it definitely does look like an eye. Obviously that's how the architecture was designed, but I just really appreciate the reflection The moment captured, I think it could do with a little bit more contrast, which is why I haven't gone any higher. Sorry, I think my score was in the 80s, can't remember exactly. But
87.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so I think this is a really great moment captured, and it deserves to be awarded.
Thank you, Charlotte. David, you were at the other end.
I was, and I think that it looks to me like an image that one might take by finding a background and then waiting for something to happen. And that's the impression that I get when I look at this image. It's quite well captured, but I find that it seems to be quite not quite muddy, but lacking in tonal range in the upper in the whiter tones, and that gives me a sort of it has a dampening effect on the overall impact of the image.
Okay. Kevin, would you like to come closer to the microphone and challenge this as well?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I'm with Charlotte. I love this image. I think the fact, as David said, that the guy has gone out and he's actually stood there and waited for the cyclist to come along. It's important. He's thought about the image. He's gone through the process of what would add to this, what would make it better. He's done a lot of work into he or she has done a lot of work into it. I don't see the issue with the tonal range. On my screen, the tonal range is almost perfect. It's a beautiful scene. They've captured it so well. I think it deserves more. It's definitely an honors for sure. I even love the fact that your eye flips out to the buildings on the left, and then it straight away comes back in. I think they've taken a risk with putting the cyclist bang in the center, but it doesn't detract from the image at all. I love it.
Thank you, Kevin. Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
I agree with everything everybody said so far, and I'm happy to keep it as is.
Okay, so we will rescore this image. Great, and the score has moved from 77 to 80. Congratulations to the photographer, and I'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. We're waiting for you, Chris.
Yep, just entered.
Good. Thank you, and we have an initial score of 76. Charlotte, would you like to challenge this?
Yeah, I think this is another one of those images like the cyclist that we saw earlier, where it's all about that expression and the power as well. That pose, that it's just, this guy in the picture is really reaching for everything he's got in this race. You can see the opponents, they're not that far behind, but they are nicely blurred out. We've got that rule of threes where you've got the three main subjects. You can see other ones in the background. The capture, nobody's touching the ground. Look at these guys, I love the tonal range. It's great. Come on up. It deserves a good score.
Thank you, Charlotte. Chris.
Yeah, so I scored it a 67. I didn't actually notice the fact that they were all off the ground. So thank you for pointing that out. I do like the expression and the hands. I suppose what held me back is sort of that white line that sort of runs through everybody, especially in the heads on the two characters on the outside, and also in the background that um, there's a white person by the knee, which is quite bright, of the person in the front, and I'm drawn away from the expression to that area in the back. But I am listening.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I think everything Chris said is totally valid. And once you look at an image for a bit longer, you start to see some of those things. But I don't feel like it detracts from the image that much. And it would be a simple thing for the photographer as well to just tone that down in post if they did want to go down that route. Obviously, we have to assess what we've been given. So yeah, I agree with Chris, but I'm sticking to my guns.
Awesome. So, judges, please rescore. Thank you, and the score has gone up to 79, and I'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you. And we have an initial score of 77. Kevin, would you like to challenge this image?
Um, yeah, I think the photographer's done very, very well. Whether it's a setup shot or not, I love the strength of the image and the balance between the old machinery and the young man, whatever he's doing, training to be an engineer or whatever. The look on his face holds you in, it pulls you in. I think that the only thing to the detriment of it would be that it could be somewhat darker to emphasize the strength of the image. But other than that, I enjoy it.
What was your score?
83.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, so I scored it a 72. I think that's what I did. Yes, 72. Yeah, I did enjoy it, and I got sort of the humor or the irony of the title, wishful thinking of trying to fix something or it's obviously not fixable. I was drawn to the sky on the top left hand corner. It just seems a little odd, that greyness there. But yeah, I am hearing it. I do like the gaze and the contact and the expression of the boy's face. So I'm listening.
Kevin, you have the right of reply.
I agree with what Chris is saying, and I tend to look for how I can raise an image, and I think that if the photographer had cropped in a bit more, then that would reduce the issue that Chris has with it, because it is somewhat darker in that area, which looks a bit off. But yeah, the rest of the image is fine to me. A little bit darker would be and grainier maybe, but it does hold my attention, and I, as I said, I enjoyed it, so I think it's deserving of an honours.
Judges, please rescore. Thank you. The score has gone up from 77 to 79. and I'll accept that. And we have the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 72. And we will accept that. David, would you like to say a few good things to the photographer?
You're on mute, David.
Okay, I think the remarkable thing about this image is how close the photographer has got to the, I presume it's a tuatara, and the detail in the face is quite remarkable from that point of view. What causes me to think a little less of the image is the grey tones in the background don't provide enough contrast to give a three-dimensionality to the image. But it's quite a remarkable shot from the point of view of the closeness of and the detail in the lizard itself.
Thank you. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And the initial score is 74. Chris, would you like to challenge this?
Why not? So look, I scored this an 80 into the honours. I really like the peacefulness of it. Yes, you've got a long exposure of the waterfall here, and I'm first drawn to the outsides of the waterfalls, and then I'm drawn into the centre, and you see this tiny little waterfall piece there as well, and the movement in the water. I think it's been exceptionally done. Nice tonal range. I quite enjoyed it just looking at it.
Thank you, Chris. Charlotte.
Yeah, Chris, I agree with what you said. I scored it 65, I think, which perhaps was a bit low, but for me it's just a bit harsh in the contrast for an image that is supposed to be kind of peaceful, and my eye bounces around on the whites of each bunch of the little smaller waterfalls there. The thing I like about it the most is actually where the water meets the water underneath, and they've got this really lovely painterly texture, and just lacking a bit of impact, perhaps. I'm not sure. It's just something that doesn't quite make it for me, but I'm listening.
Chris, you have the right of reply.
Catherine,
Wait, Catherine, you wanted to say something?
Yes, please, just quickly. So I gave this a 73, and I'm going to raise my score. I think this is a little different from a lot of the slow shutter waterfall images that we see. This is a very graphic image, and the photographer's created a real central figure in there almost. And I feel that they've also balanced it extremely well with that darker section on the bottom and then around the top to compose it and keep your eye in there. All the little mini waterfalls that Chris was talking about in there, you've actually got waterfalls within waterfalls. My eye bounces around. I see that as a positive, the way my eye bounces around the tops of those soft pieces, and then you've got that beautiful contrast between the softness and then that hard central rock figure in the middle. So yeah, I'm very happy to come up. Thanks for the great discussion.
Chris. Thank you,
No,
Catherine.
I think Catherine said it beautifully. I don't. David wants to say, hey. Well,
Yes,
David?
I'd just like to make a quick comment. It's an image that for me rewards looking at it for some time. My initial impression was somewhat harsher than the impression I have now, having looked at it for a longer period of time. So it's rewarded that continued looking at it.
Thank you, David. Judges, please rescore.
Ilan, I haven't got the option to rescore.
Maybe refresh. Thank you, and the score has gone up from 74 to 77, and I'll accept that. And good discussion, judges. We have the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 69. Chris, would you like to challenge this?
Why not? Let's go. What did I score? I scored it as so 76. So into the highly commended. I suppose I like the simplicity of it. There's obviously a story going on there with the rocking chair, the doll that's sort of been broken apart, and then there's a window. I'm sort of struggling to see what's actually in the window or whatever it is. It looks like a person. It might be a hat and a face. But yeah, just I suppose the simplicity for it. I think it deserved more than just an acceptance.
Thank you. Charlotte.
I guess I'm just confused. Obviously there is some kind of story going on there, but I don't understand what it is. I don't understand the link between the objects. So really I can only score it from a technical point of view, which I think has been done very well.
Chris, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I understand and hear that. I think there is some story in there, and I think the photographer could maybe work on that to make it a little bit stronger, to make it easier for us to see. But yeah.
Awesome. So let's rescore this, please. Thank you, and it has gone up from 69 to 70, and I'll accept that. And we move to the next image. David? We're waiting for you, David.
I have scored it.
Oh, good. So we have an initial score of 73. Charlotte.
This image is epic. Come up. Look at it. I love everything about it. It's beautiful. It is so atmospheric. It's rich in tones. The bird, that moment captured, it's perfectly composed. Look at the painterly imagery of the rocks in the water, that haze that's coming through. The contrast is beautiful. Look, there's everywhere you look in this shot, there is something beautiful to see. Even right at the top, you can see that water rushing down. At the bottom, you've got that dark grey water. It's emotional. It's beautifully cropped and composed. Yeah, this deserves a medal, in my opinion. Come up.
What was your score, Charlotte?
95.
Catherine.
Okay, I scored this 66 in the top end of the acceptances. Obviously not quite as successful for me as for you, Charlotte. I actually find the crunchiness of the texture of the water at the bottom. Yes, it balances the image with the darker part, but I find it isn't as beautiful and atmospheric as, like, the water in the top is really, really gorgeous. I agree, but there's not actually that much of that. And then we come into this enormous white space, and I guess I feel like the mood is in that top water, but there's not quite enough of it for me, and I don't find the bottom of the image as interesting or compelling as you do. So yeah, definitely still listening, not in the 90s though.
Is there any other judge who would like to talk about the image? Okay, Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Well, I'm not sure what more I can say. I would print this and have it on my wall, and I hope the photographer does, because this is just a great capture that they should be proud of. And I find that darkness at the bottom really grounds the image. And yeah, Catherine, I agree with what you're saying, and I think perhaps it would have been nice if we could see a bit more of the top there. But I just really enjoy the composition and the sort of wider style portrait crop that's been used. Yeah, I love it.
Charlotte, that's okay. You're very emotional and you like that photo. That's perfect. Let's rescore this, please. Thank you. It has gone up from 73 to 79. Congratulations. And good discussion. We'll accept that. And we move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 77. David, would you like to challenge this?
Yes, I would. I think this is a wonderful relationship image, and it's got that decisive moment character to it, where the dog is appears to be totally devoted to the boy. The boy is not quite so happy with it, but engaging with the dog. So I think this is an image that's full of character and story.
What was your score, David?
My score was 86.
Thank you. Catherine.
I gave this 67. I agree, it's a lovely little moment. I did find that my eye just keeps coming back to the extremely bright area on the boy's face around his ear, and that and the bright hand are really competing with my attention, and you really have to sort of look into the centre to find the moment. But I agree, lovely moment. I think the boy's really into it. I think he's smiling and grimacing. I think I have been a bit mean on this one, and I'll be coming up, but maybe not quite as enthusiastic as you guys.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore. David? Yes. And the score stayed the same. Thank you, judges. We'll accept that. And we have the next image, please. Waiting for you, Charlotte.
I'll refresh because I already scored.
Okay. Thank you. And we have an initial score of 73. Kevin.
I love the message. I've no idea what the message is, but I love the fact that they're trying to send a message, and I love the play of the hands. The triptych actually works. We see so many triptychs that don't work. This does for me. I want to see it. Once it makes me want to go in. The photographer's done a great job. I want to find out who this person is and why they're behind that screen. I love the balance. I love the texture. The fact that everything else is in shadow apart from the fingerprints, and it's it tells a million stories. It's fantastic. I've no idea what everyone else has scored, but I love it. It's really, really good. I think the photographer's got the message out, and it certainly holds my attention, which is what it should do.
Thank you, Kevin. Charlotte.
I hear what you're saying, Kevin. I scored it a 60, which is probably a bit mean. I like it as a triptych, I agree. I don't really like how just all the fingertips become the darkest points, and there's variation in the tone between the first image on the left and the ones on the middle and right. And there's just not enough tonal variation overall for me. Even the background that the triptych has been placed on is that sort of grey, muddy. It just doesn't really have a lot of impact for me. But I'm listening, so.
Thank you, Charlotte. Kevin, you have the right of reply.
No, I think I've said what I was going to say. Other than the fact that it might be three people, who knows? And if it's three people, then the pressure's different and all the hands are different. It makes me think, which means something.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And the score has gone up from 73 to 74, and I'll accept that, and we'll move forward. We have an initial score of 79. David.
Okay, I think this is a beautiful environmental portrait, and what strikes me as being particularly interesting about this image is that it appears at first to be quite busy, but in fact the supporting information is these other images, and the man with his cigarette has a slightly indifferent look, wondering what's going on. Why is this person taking my photograph? And I think that if there was an overriding impression that I have of this image, is that the photographer has filled the frame with meaning. He hasn't filled the frame with the main subject, the art dealer himself, but he's filled the frame with things about the man as well as the man himself. So I think it's beautifully constructed image.
Thank you, David. Charlotte.
For me, it's just not that original. I can't remember what I scored it. 70, I think. And it's been nicely done. I find the pose a bit too posed. It's almost like the photographer was asking the person to just up a bit, out like this. I don't know. So I sort of get that impression. My eye goes out to the left. I think it might have stayed in a little bit more if that painting on the wall on the left was just cropped out a bit. But yeah, it's good. It's good work. I just don't find it groundbreaking.
Catherine.
Yeah, so I gave this an 81, and I think I've underscored it. This is, as I'm sitting with it longer, I'm getting more and more out of this. I really enjoy that expression on the guy's face. I think it's just slightly sardonic, and I think the hand is very elegant, and maybe the photographer has asked him to do that, but at the same time it's giving a sense of a little bit of a moment within this found scene. The more you look at it, I'm enjoying like that little robot dog that's just beside him, and then you go off to the right in the slightly wonky picture. There are elements of humor in there. I think he really pops in the busy frame, because of the darkness of his jacket, which is then balanced by the dark table at the base. So you've got a grounded image, but he stands out very well amongst quite a could be seen as a cluttered image. And then again, you've got the darkness is again echoed with that square frame on the left, the large piece there. Yeah, as I say, it's rewarding me. I'm gonna be coming up from my 81.
Chris.
Yeah, what did I score? I scored it a 78, and I think I sort of tend to agree. The more you look at it, the more you sort of see. I do actually enjoy the little dog sitting there and sort of looking down. What held me back was the cut-off painting on the left-hand side. But yeah, I'm enjoying it the more I look at it. So I'll be changing my score.
Kevin.
I love the image. I've got a very Russian friend, a Russian friend who's very much that this person reminds me of, and it's that the face is Misha to a T. I don't think it's posed at all. I think he's just done that. He's looked at the photographer and gone, what are you doing? And this is the pose that he would strike. I also enjoy the fact that the image isn't closed in, that we've got a little bit of what's happening to the left and a little bit of what's happening to the right, so that he's not in isolation. That it actually flows out left and right. He's the center of the image, but there's a bigger story at play. It's not just about him, it's about his situation and the fact that he's got all this bric-a-brac, including the robot dog, as you said, Chris. I think it's fantastic, and yeah, I mean, I scored it a 78, and yeah, I think I'm being very rough on the photographer. I think it needs to come up. We all need to pull it up.
Thank you,
Can I
Kevin.
say one more thing?
Go ahead.
I don't know if you're allowed to come back for another go, but I forgot to say something. Can I just also point out the way that he has been placed in the stacking of the image and the layers rather than being in front? We see a lot of images of people like this in front of their wares in a busy store. I think that an inclusion of him right within the image is another strength.
That's what makes me think that it is, he's not posed. He's there. This is where he would normally be.
Thank you. When somebody scores it in the 90s, people are allowed to speak. Everyone is allowed to speak when someone scores it in the 90s. David, you have just bring it home.
Well, look, I think that there's great merit in everything that everybody has said, and it just amplifies my own initial impression of this image. So I don't want to add anything to what's already been said there.
Awesome. Judges, please rescore. Awesome. Good discussion, and the score has gone up to 86. Congratulations. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 72. Catherine, would you like to challenge? You don't have to challenge. No. So we'll accept that. Kevin, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine not saying anything.
Okay.
I'm not a flower photographer. I just like the
Okay.
image.
I could say.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Please, Catherine.
Yeah. I think this is a beautiful, simple image. I actually scored it slightly lower than the average score, which is why I've chosen not to challenge it, because I think it is lovely. It's called Ballerina, and I see the sense of movement and flow in here. Personally, for me, the choice of the frame is a really huge distraction, which is why I kept it in the high acceptance, but I'm pleased to in the highly commended.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we'll accept that. And we move to the next image. and we have an initial score of 79. Charlotte.
Guys, come on. This is exceptional. Look at it. Can you imagine having been in this place and experienced this? You went out in dangerous weather conditions. You positioned yourself beautifully to capture this amazingly balanced, creative, explosive, energetic picture with beautiful tonal range. And just look at the shape of that wave coming over, and it's balanced with the tones in the sea underneath, and everything's choppy and moving, and it's got so much depth. Look at this piece, it's gorgeous. This is another one. Print it, frame it, look at it forever. It's gorgeous. Please come up. This is a medal deserving image.
Catherine.
I gave this 72. I just kind of want to stay on the sidelines a little bit more and hear a wee bit more. I agree, explosive, beautiful, the shape of the image. I guess it's not having just the same underlying impact on me compared with some of the other images, but I do think it's fantastic, so I would love to hear more and be coming up.
Chris.
What did I score? I scored it, similar to Catherine, a 73. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I suppose I'm not sure the photographer had put themselves. Well, we don't know if the photographer put themselves in danger to take the image. But it is a lovely capture. I do like the balance of it, of the two lighthouses there, the action that's in the waves. I suppose I was a bit harsh on it, to be honest, and I'm interested in what other people have to say.
David.
I've been to Barra, and I believe the photographer's at the very least is going to get very, very wet. I've given it 81, so it's a low honours. I could come up a little bit. The thing that got me was that there's a lot of drama in the waves themselves. I'd like to see a bit more of a tonal range, and the distraction for me, which again, I mean, you can't help it. It's nature. It is what it is the loss of definition on the left-hand side in that front wave where the spray's coming through. Other than that, I think I'm with Charlotte. It's a beautiful image. I just don't know if it's a high honours image.
David.
Yes, the thing that stopped me from scoring more highly than I did was that I see a very strong visual flow from right to left, and I found myself drifting out of the image on the left-hand side because of the strength of that windswept flow, and I felt that if it had had a little bit more on the left-hand side, then that would have stopped me from this visual journey out of the image.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I can see what everybody's saying. I just can't help but feel the power and the emotion in this image, and I'm quite envious actually that I didn't capture this shot, and I want to be in that place and see this happening.
Just don't go in winter.
So I really hope everybody can come up. I really feel like this deserves a good score.
Judges, please rescore.
Sorry, Elon, I've refreshed my screen, but
Yeah.
I just got it now.
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you, judges. Good discussion. It went up to 84, and I'll accept that. Charlotte, did you want to take a break? Okay, and we will ask Elizabeth to join us. We finished the monochrome category, which is great. We are all going to take a 71-second break. So if I will start the slideshow of the next category, which is the open color, and we'll just let that slideshow run, and hopefully we can see pigs fly over Auckland soon. Yeah, let's make this big. Okay. So Elizabeth, maybe you can turn on your video, please.
Here now.
Yep, well done. And we'll wait for Kevin, Chris, and Catherine to turn on their videos. And I will just welcome everybody again to the 2023 North Shore Salon live judging. And we've moved to the next category. This category is open color. And the definition is any subject or style of image in color, and we will commence the stop this, and we'll go to the right place here. And we have 5 judges who logged in. We welcome Elizabeth. Elizabeth is one of our judges today. And judges, please score this first image titled Golden Fog. And we have an initial score of 69. David, would you like to challenge this? You are muted. You're welcome to keep you unmuted, David. You don't have to mute. That's okay.
No, but you don't know what I'm saying.
No.
I found this quite a restful, relaxing image, and the tones give me a sort of a warm feeling of summer, and I enjoyed the little tree in the middle. It was almost as though it was the little brother to the others. I kind of I warmed to the image the more I looked at it. So I gave it a score of 76.
Thank you, David. Catherine.
I gave this a 64. I hear and agree with everything you're saying there, David. At the same time, I guess I'm a little bit troubled by what I feel is a lack of a focal point in the image. This is a technique that I've seen before as well, so it perhaps doesn't have the impact that it would have had if I hadn't. I do enjoy the trunks on the right with that slight cross, like a bit like a pair of legs walking. But you know, I don't know if that's the focal point, or as you say, probably the little tree. But there's less detail in the little tree than in the trunks in the foreground. So I think, you know, I'm in the high end of acceptance, but it's just that lack of focal point that is keeping me there.
David, you have the right of reply.
Yes, I agree with you, Catherine. I think that it's a blurry image. It's impressionistic. And so I wouldn't necessarily expect to see a lot of detail in the main subject. It's more about a feeling for me than it is about detail and definition.
Thank you, David. Judges, please rescore.
It's not giving me an opportunity to rescore.
Just refresh it, please, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Refresh the screen.
Okay.
Thank you. And it has gone up by 1 point to 70, and I'll accept that. We should have the next image. And we have an initial score of 77. Elizabeth.
You want me to comment?
Well, you've scored in a different scoring range, so it's not a
Yes.
comment, it's a challenge. You're trying to describe to the other judges why you scored it so high and hopefully convince them to bring it up.
I gave it a 94. I felt this was a very strong image. I like the fact the figures are silhouetted. I like the tonal range and the muted warm tones. It's a strong composition. And the arch on the left sort of framing the image just sort of completes it and stops the eye travelling back out that side.
Thank you, Elizabeth. David.
Okay, I was I felt that the composition was unbalanced for me with the and I wanted to see more of the building in the background on the right hand side there. It seemed to me that I was shortchanged in a way by the lack of some of the building on the right hand side. Also, I couldn't get past the orange fringing around all of the people. At first, I thought it was backlighting, but I think it's more than that. I think it's it speaks to me of over processing. So I didn't find this a convincing image overall because of those things.
Kevin.
I think that the comment that David's just made about the banding around the people in the photo is what lowers it for me. I know there's a big difference that I think to bring out a bit of detail in those people, they've sort of not done it as well as it could. And I think if the photographer when they're cloning, if they go around the edges with a darken clone, they might find that it will remove that halo. But yeah, that's what brings it down for me. I mean, the placement of the Taj Mahal and the doors and everything else frames it perfectly. Other than the top of the dome, the spire on the top of the dome going out of the image is a bit distracting. I think giving it another half an inch or so of space or sky so you can see the finality of it. But yeah, definitely the banding is what gets me as well.
What would you score, Kevin?
I can't remember. Hang on. 65.
Okay, I'm listening to the comments, and I may have been a bit harsh on it. I'm certainly listening.
Chris.
I think Catherine wants to say something.
Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you. So I gave this an 87. I do hear what you're saying about the technicals, and maybe that's a good reason not to take it into the 90s, but I think this image has a very strong initial impact with the contrast, the colour palette, and I feel that there's a sort of a sense of wonderment in these figures just standing there looking at the glory of this building. I'm enjoying the placement of the figures and that little bit of separation between the two on the far left there. The light on the figures as well, and just that little bit of detail on all of them, the light coming through the skirt on the front figure. And I feel like that front figure's got quite an interesting pose with just a little bit of a sense of movement going on there with the hands out and just that little tilt of the head. So I'm really enjoying all of those things. And yes, there are some technical issues, but I think we need to reward these other things as well. Maybe not into the 90s, but I think the score needs to come up.
Chris.
Yeah, I scored it. I think I scored it an 80, and I see the technical issues with it. Like everyone else has said, I think the placement of the people. I like the fact that they are just silhouetted, but you can still see a little bit of detail, whether it's in the skirt of the person at the front or sort of like the trousers towards the people at the back. I really enjoy the placement of the as we look at it, the right hand side. It sort of completes the arch. You sort of go up and around and down, and you're going from, you know, the layers of the front door to the back arch, or the first arch in the Taj Mahal. So I quite enjoyed it. Yes, I would have liked to have seen a fraction of space on the top of that spire, but that's what held me back in the honours range.
Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, the fringing around the figures, the orange, I don't mind that at all. I think it's part of the backlighting, and the tight crop, I also don't mind. And the composition, I find it quite strong. I don't mind pictures that sort of more, I suppose, unbalanced, but it makes it more dynamic. So yeah.
Thanks. Judges, please rescore. Waiting for your score, David.
I can't see the.
Just refresh your screen.
I don't have the refresh button.
F5.
Your browser should have a refresh button on the screen. Your browser.
Yeah, it's usually.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Thank you. Good discussion, and the score has moved from 77 to 82. Congratulations, and we'll move on. And we have an initial score of 80. We're all in this sort of scoring range, give or take. So I will accept that. David, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
No, I think I'll pass on this one, Alone, if that's all right. Except perhaps just to say that I see images as being selections where you go out and you take a photograph of something that's around you, or arranged images where you have a greater degree of control over things. And the third group of images that I see are imagined images. These are things which not necessarily existed in real life as a composite, but have been put together. And this image here strikes me as being in the last category, where there's a certain amount of arrangement, but it's largely imaginary, and so I think of it in those terms. That's really all I'd like to say about this one.
Great. So we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. So we have an initial score of 72. And we will accept that. Chris, would you like to talk about this image?
Yep, sure can. I think it's a sort of an interesting place and scene with I like the colours, the contrast between the sort of the reds and the blues. For me, what sort of held it back were a couple of little things. The image on the left-hand side seems to be a different colour of the blues, and also there's a couple of which could be sunspots or in that left-hand side one and the middle one as well. I like the idea of the triptych, and it flows quite well with the placements. So yeah, nicely done.
Thank you, Chris. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 70. And we will accept that. Chris, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, like there's a nice story. Well, there's a storyline in here. I suppose for me, I'd like to have just seen a little bit more, whether it's one of the gamblers or the people or some hands or something like that. There's a lot going on with the gun, the alcohol, the cards, the money. A nice sort of scene. Well done.
Awesome. Catherine, I will give you a break and we'll ask Jace to join us. Hello, Jace.
Hello.
So
Let me jump in through the judging. Stand by.
So we have the next image, and we will wait for everyone to put their initial scores. And we have an initial score of 76. Kevin. You are muted, Kevin.
I said, how did I know you were going to call my name out? I love this image. I think it shows a hoarfrost at Lake Burnmore perfectly. It is very, very hard for any photographer to get more than what they've got here. I think the soft tones, the contrast in colors, the depth as the light disappears and everything disappears into the distance from right to left, it perfectly encapsulates what it's like. And I actually sit here and I'm looking at this and I'm going, I feel everything shrinking because it's so cold. It's a wonderful image. I think if anyone who's been in the midst of a hoarfrost would really appreciate this shot. I think it's fantastic. It doesn't have to be dramatic. There is no drama in a hoarfrost unless you're above it. When you're in it, this is what you get. For me, it's perfect. It's a beautiful landscape. well done to the photographer who took it.
Thank you, Kevin. David.
Oh, Kevin, you've given me a whole new insight into it. I had looked at this image and read it from left to right, from very little detail to increasing amounts of detail. And so my eye was drawn to the right-hand side, and then I dropped out of the image. But I'm now seeing it quite differently as a result of your comments. So thank you very much indeed.
What was your score, David?
68. And I'm definitely going to go up.
Okay. I think I'm going to give Kevin the right of reply, please.
Kudos to the photographer. I was jealous this year because I didn't get down to the hoarfrost. I was too busy elsewhere in the rain in Rotorua. It is a tough exercise, and I think the fact that they've gone out and stood on the shores of Lake Benmore freezing. I know we're not supposed to talk about degree of difficulty, but this is not an easy shot to get, and I think the way that they've captured it, reading from right to left, it works. Yeah, I love it. Please score it higher.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore. Jace, if you don't see the rescore, you do. So it went up from 76 to 80. Good discussion, judges, and we move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 75. David, would you like to talk about the image?
Yes, I'm a former biologist, and so I find I'm quite drawn to images like this because of that background. And I quite enjoyed the sense of a precipitous location for the birds nesting, and it so I just enjoyed it for that.
What was your score, David?
My score was 80.
Thank you. Kevin.
For me, it didn't really have anything out of the ordinary, and I think that's what we really should be looking for honours and above. It's a nicely captured image. I presume they're black-faced terns, I don't know, but they're seabirds of some sort. But it does nothing that actually holds my attention. I think it's a nice capture, but that's about it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Kevin. David, you have the right of reply.
Yes, I think that probably I agree with what Kevin is saying, that it's I think it's probably background that leads me to see more in it, rather than just the photographic aspects of it. That I see the whole struggle for survival, the kind of defensive position of the rocks and all that, and the kind of life story that goes along with it. So I see a richer story than perhaps I would from a purely photographic point of view.
Awesome. Judges, please rescore. Thank you, judges, and the score stays the same. Kevin, why don't you take a break, and
Yep.
we will have Charlotte coming back in, please. We are waiting for Charlotte to jump back in.
Ilan, my screen just went to waiting for judges to log in.
Yes, because we're waiting for Charlotte to log in, and once we have 5 judges, we'll be able to continue with the new image.
My screen also says waiting for judges to log in. I'll just give it a refresh.
Yeah, we now need David to log back in. Not sure what makes you log out, David, but
Sorry, David.
no, it's something that makes David log out. Not sure what, but are you able to log back in, David? Okay, so David has trouble. Maybe we'll get Catherine. Catherine, if you can join us back, that'd be great. So Catherine is with us, and please score this image on the screen. Elizabeth, we have your score now, and the initial score is 82. Charlotte, would you like to talk about the image?
Yeah, we're in open color, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why this wasn't put in the people section, but happy to see it all the same. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. From a portrait standpoint, it's beautifully composed. The light is soft and flattering. The brightness is where it needs to be. The skin tones are beautiful. The skin is there's detail in that, and yet I think it's had some positive treatment done to it. The catchlights in the eyes, you know, the shape, the shadow. Look at that triangle of light on the cheek that's facing away from the light. That's just really gorgeous example of Rembrandt lighting. The backdrop is complementary. You can see all the detail in the the wrap, and it's just a gorgeous, in my opinion, a gorgeous image of an individual woman, and showing the cultural background there. Yeah, it's really lovely. I think it deserves a great score. Technically excellent.
Thank you, Charlotte. Chris.
Yeah, so I think I was at the other end at 72, not too far away, to be perfectly honest, though. I may have been a little bit harsh. People in portraits, yeah. But yeah, I'm listening. I suppose what held me back was just all the darkness at the bottom. Yes, you can sort of see some feathers and bits and pieces and details there, and it sort of looks like a bit of an awkward pose for me with no hands. But I get that it's a wrap and they're under there, so I'm listening.
Catherine.
Yeah, I agree. This is a stunning image. I feel that this is, yes, it could have been in portrait, Charlotte, but it sits very well in open colour. I feel that the choice of the background colour is mimicking the feathers in the korowai, which is working very well. So the colour is a strong element of this image. With the pose, it's slightly unusual with that slight twist to the shoulders, but what I'm seeing here is a real flow down through the body, or almost actually surging up through the body, through the feathers, up through that little twist and then to the shoulders, and then you come straight up to almost like a po of the feather at the top was working really well, and just that the white detail at the top to sort of cement it. So you've got flow, you've got movement and solidity and strength. I gave this, I think, an 82, and I'm going to be coming up.
Jace.
Yeah, just really quickly, I was on 82 as well, and I think I'll come up a bit. The thing, the posing, I think everything that has been mentioned positive is really fantastic. The couple of things that I was a bit concerned about was the choice to not include any hair light or any. It'd be nice to see a little bit of highlight, bit of rim light to really separate from the background, and especially bring that feather the attention it deserves as the kind of the pinnacle of the pose. I love the tension in the pose. I think it's really great. Maybe the other thing that held me back a little bit was just the expression doesn't come through with the strength that the posing and the composition and the use of color all lead me to. So those are the things that kept me at 82, but I'll happily come up a bit, and we'll see where we get to.
Elizabeth, would you like to join the discussion? You are muted. You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry, I realised I was muted. I don't have a lot to say about this one. It's beautifully done, and I love the tonal range, etc., and the texture. So
Awesome.
I'm quite
That's
impressed
great.
with it.
Charlotte, why don't you bring it home?
Yeah, I think everybody's points are valid. Catherine really nicely observed with that twist and the motion, just that delicateness of the bare shoulders. I think, I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I believe the wrap covering the arms is how it's supposed to be worn. Yeah, I can see Jace's point about the backlight 100%, but I quite like how there is enough contrast between the backdrop and her head. You know, she's not getting lost. So yeah, perhaps it would have been nice to see a bit more light on the feather, but I think we're getting into small details about a really beautiful image that deserves to be awarded.
Thank you, Charlotte. Judges, please rescore. Jace, you may need to refresh your screen if you cannot see the rescore.
I have rescored.
Okay, so just refresh your screen. Thank you. Good discussion, judges, and the image has moved from 82 to 88, and we'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. And we have the next image. And we have an initial score of 70. Jace.
Yeah, I scored this quite high. I gave it 85, and I really spent some time over this in the prejudging, and I love looking at it again. I'm glad to have a chat about it. I think that it's easy to be easy to miss the power of this image because of its subtlety, the lines and shapes and the range of tonality and the level of detail that is just perfectly held. So there's enough detail in the foreground dark area that you can see the repetition of pattern and shape to the middle object, and then just the haze and delicate gradient with no areas missing detail that matter. And I think the thing that I wasn't totally sure about, but I committed to anyway, was that the little detail that I really like is the possible human figure in the center of the middle arch in the back. And it may not be. I looked at it really hard and tried to decide, and then I just thought, oh look, it doesn't. It suggests enough of a human figure to give this to bring this a level of storytelling that's more powerful than just a minimalistic kind of architectural landscape. So that's why I scored it high, and I'd love to have a chat and hear from the others.
Thank you, Jace. Elizabeth.
I like the tonal range and the feeling of recession, with the dark and foreground going off to the lighter tones, and the warm tone. I agree with Jace about the figure in the arch, and yeah, I've got a lot to say about it. Thank you.
What was your score, Elizabeth?
60.
Catherine.
I gave this 62, and I agree. You've got that beautiful minimalistic architecture thing going on, lovely light, the haze as well as adding to it. But I guess that was where I sort of stopped with it. I've given it an acceptance, a high acceptance even, but I guess what's holding me back is I go back through that layering, and then I get to the right, and I'm actually finding myself possibly unreasonably bothered by the fact that the little temple isn't centered. It makes me want to head out to the right of the image, and so compositionally that's quite an issue for me.
Jace, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, Catherine, I think you're spot on that the thing holding it back for me is just a slight lack of balance, and a little bit more room on the right, a little bit more space on the right would help that considerably, especially that lower window being so close to the right-hand edge. But yeah, the lack of centering of that dome. Maybe not to point out other flaws in something I'm trying to talk up, but the dome being not quite level also bothers me. And there's obviously a challenge in keeping the uprights vertical, and maybe a little bit of careful skewing or geometric distortion correction could help bring this image. And in that case, fix those things, and it would bring it up to an even higher score for me. But I felt like this deserves a reward for being such a delicate scene and such a well spotted sort of vignette, a tiny little part of what was undoubtedly a much bigger scene that's been isolated and handled really well. And so maybe I got a little carried away at 85, but I'd love to see it over 70. I'd love to see you guys. come up a bit to reward that, because I think it's pretty exquisite.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And it's gone up from 70 to 72, and we'll accept that. And we move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 72. Charlotte, would you like to challenge this image?
Look, I scored this one an 80 because it's just so clean and perfect, and the choice of color between the whatever the vase is on and the background is beautifully harmonious. The white of the vase just pops, the white of the flowers, it's just everything is just beautifully done. The detail in there, the quality of the image, you know, it's very minimalistic. I didn't score it any higher because it's what it is at face value, but I think it's been really well done. Like, simplicity done well should be awarded.
Chris.
I scored it. What did I score it? A 68. I agree it is simplicity done well. I suppose what held me back a little bit was the shadows and the leaves on the left hand side, and also the highlight on that top leaf. They could have been fixed in post, I suppose. But I'm listening.
Catherine.
Thank you. Yeah, I gave this a 78, and I'm going to come up into the 80s as well. Charlotte, I agree. It's simplicity done extremely well. I personally can't fault it. I feel that the darkness of those leaves is actually adding a little bit of pop and contrast, and the highlight on that top leaf makes perfect sense, and in a way it's balancing the flower and the vase. I think this is an open colour section. This photographer is really using colour, simplicity. They've composed this beautifully. And yes, I see your point that face value, it is what it is, but I personally can't fault it, so I think it needs to be in the 80s.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
What she said.
Okay, let's bring it home, guys. Please rescore. And it has gone up from 72 to 78. Congratulations, and we'll accept that score. And the next image should pop in. And we have an initial score of 77. Charlotte, would you like to challenge this?
Me again.
That's okay.
I think this is just wonderful. It reminds me of David Hockney's Splash, and his other works on a similar vein. I think it's just so clean and structural, and then you've got this random cactus and a bit of cloud, and it's kind of like, well, that is just I don't know what to make of it, but I like it, and it makes me smile, and it's pink. You know, the shadow of the architecture there on the right, I think the balance with it being sort of not quite 2/3 along with the flat of the lighter wall, and then yeah, I just think it's awesome, and I really enjoy the crop. It's modern. It's almost challenging some photographic stereotypes in some ways. Yeah, I just really, really enjoy it.
Thank you, Charlotte. Catherine.
So I gave this 68, high end of acceptance. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I do agree. It's quirky and it's fun. I guess why I kept it in the high 60s was the cloud, the believability of the cloud that just looks so dropped in there to me. But you know, that's within the rules. You're allowed to Photoshop. It does add another element, and it keeps your eye flowing around the image. You've got the shadow, the cloud, the cactus. So you know, arguably that does work. So definitely listening and will be coming up. But yeah, love to hear some more opinions too.
I don't see any hands up. Oh, Jace.
Yeah, I gave it 84, and I really like this. I think it's really fun and quirky for sure. Those are great words. The things that kept me from going higher, I agree. The cloud maybe hasn't been quite seamlessly included. It's a really difficult thing to do technically to include a cloud in a believable way. So that's maybe holding it back a little, but it's convincing enough given that this is a construction, this is a fantasy. It's not reality, so I'm sort of a little more lenient around that, because who says clouds in this universe don't look like that, I guess, maybe. The other thing that I was a little bit held back by was just the choice of tonal values takes away a little bit from maybe the believability as well, that the planes don't quite make sense in the way that light should fall on them. But again, there's some leeway for that, given that it is an image of whimsy and fantasy, not literal representation of truth. So as a construction, I think it really delivers, and it's fun to look at. So I think that deserves to come up into a more generous range. But yeah, there are some things that keep it out of the very top.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I think as somebody who has one foot in the photography world and one foot in the artist world, I didn't even consider that the cloud was meant to be real, to be honest. And let's just remember that this is an open section, so photoshopping or whatever you want to call it is absolutely welcome. And I think this image would look amazing printed out with bits of cotton wool stuck over the cloud where they're supposed to be. And yeah, I just think it's something that's more than a photograph for me.
Awesome,
so I'd like to
Charlotte.
see people come up.
Let's rescore, please. And good talking, judges. The score has gone up from 77 to 83, and we'll accept that. And we have the next image. And we have an initial score of 76. Jace.
All right, I gave this 81. I think it's deserving of your further consideration. I think as a kind of maybe a naturey type image, it's clear, it's crisp, it's sharp where it needs to be, but then it's obviously also a construction, and I think that's technically done proficiently, not perfectly. Obviously, there are some compositing errors, and maybe I have given them less value because I don't think they take away from the narrative of what's going on with these birds. I think the storytelling is what I'm trying to reward here. I think our bird on the left is holding forth, and the other two are kind of like, oh, there goes Kevin again, ranting and raving, and I think that's funny. I think there's some humour here, and that deserves a reward. So yeah, look past the compositing issues and come with me to give it a reward for its humour.
Thank you, Jace. Catherine.
It's you and me again, Jason. I gave this a 68. I guess for me, it is the compositing issues holding this one back. Unlike the other one where, it's deliberate and it worked. This one, I just see that overlay with the haziness has been just put straight over some parts of the birds, particularly the one on the right, sort of on the left of the bird on the right, and same in the one in the middle. And I guess I almost see the photoshopping first, and I hadn't seen humour in a story in this, which I thank you for raising that, Jace. That's cool, and I think maybe I can come up a little bit. But for me, those compositing issues, you don't really have to even look closely to see them. They really are leaping out at me, and so yeah, I'm sort of struggling to go too high just because of those.
Jace, I think you have the right of reply.
Sure. Yeah, I think, look, and the longer I sit with it, I think the more I look at those technical issues as bigger drawbacks. And so I guess to the photographer, I'd say congratulations on a great concept, and keep working on the technical skills to help you deliver that. But well done regardless.
Good discussion. Let's rescore this image, please. And it's gone up from 76 to 77, and we'll accept that. Congratulations. And we have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 72. Chris.
Yeah, I suppose I scored this. What did I score this in 80? So just into the honours range. I really enjoyed the movement in this image. I flow up the water there into the background. What held me back is I really would have liked to have seen something catch my eye in there, apart from the white sort of rock. I like the depth of field here. The things at the beginning and the front and the foreground of the image are sharp, as well as the background. That sort of branch overarching, looking over the river is quite intriguing. I suppose, yeah, I quite enjoyed it and gave it an 80.
Thank you, Chris. Jace.
Yeah, I'm at the other end of the spectrum now. I was 63, and I think it's a nicely seen, nicely spotted scene, landscape scene. I think the the lack of payoff when you wander up that stream and then all you get is a really hot rock, and there's a pool of beautiful light there, and it needs something there to reward traveling up there. And in the end, I just kind of found myself squinting around looking for something, and it's the brightest part of the image, and there's just sort of messiness there. So whether repositioning with local repositioning, or given that it's an open category, doing some work to find us a place to rest there, or something to deliver. I mean, a person standing on that rock would have been exquisite. But nonetheless, yeah, technically the foreground is well handled and beautiful. It's sharp and all that. So I think it's definitely a good acceptance, but not in an awarding range.
Chris, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I hear you with it does need something at the back there. But yeah, look, I'll let you rescore.
Okay, let's rescore. Thank you, judges, and the score is 71. We'll accept that. And we have the next image. And we have an initial score of 82. Catherine.
Sorry. Okay, I gave this a 97. What a brilliant image. This is just really exquisite. Beautifully handled, beautifully composed. The color palette is stunning, and those little pops of the yellowy green just take your eye around the image. It's quite a busy little moss lichen covered stick that this bird is sitting on, but all of that is adding to the composition of this image. The bird is pin sharp. I just find it luminous, really, is the word that just pops into my mind. Yeah, I think it's very, very strong. Love to talk about it.
Chris.
Yes, I was at the other end. I was at 73. I'm listening. I agree. It is pin sharp and it's nice, and I like the tonal colours. I find the bright leaf covering the bird, as we look at it on the right hand side, the little leaf down by its wing, sort of draws my attention away from the eye and the face of this little bird. I also find the space on the right hand side past the branch that cuts right through the image a little bit too much. The bird's looking to the left. You've got this nice sort of line that sort of cuts up, and it's got a nice I suppose position and composition in that center part, but that part as we look at it on the right hand side, just a little bit too much for me. But I'm listening.
Elizabeth.
I really like this image. I like the detail, the colours are all sort of in the same tonal range, and the sharpness of the bird's eye and beak and amongst all that greenery, and that just makes it stand out, and it's nicely framed. So I scored this what did I score it? An 80.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jace.
Sure. I don't have too much to contribute. I gave it 75 as well with Chris, and it's a nice image. I think the tonality. I find the background is a bit much murkiness. The sharpness, I actually think it's potentially over sharpened or something. That the bird forehead feathers are sort of fringed and there's a sort of moire type thing happening. The bird's left foot on our right of the image is a bit awkwardly hanging there. The wing that's sort of partially out, it sort of feels, no, maybe I'm being picky, but overall the effect is that it's not quite what I want it to be when I first look at it, and so I think I commend the photographer for capturing this. It's obviously very difficult, but something to do with that over sharpening, the slight awkwardness of the bird, and the lighting overall being just a bit flat or something. And I think they've done well to get out of it what they have. And I agree with Chris about the right hand side of the image. So I'll keep listening.
Charlotte.
Agree with Chris about composition. Totally agree with Jace about the heavy-handedness on the sharpening, which unfortunately, in my experience, seems to be a bit of an epidemic in New Zealand. But the bird is so perfect. It looks a little bit fake, but it's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, I'm up at 90. I think it deserves a score like that. If it had just had that little bit of a compositional tweak, as Chris mentioned, and perhaps not so heavy on the sharpening, I would have gone higher.
Bring it home, Catherine.
Thanks everyone for your thoughts. I'm loving this composition and the framing of this. I'm not really understanding. For me, the space and everything on the right is actually beautifully balanced by the space underneath the that bottom branch. And yeah, I feel like this is. I hadn't noticed over sharpening. Maybe I can see what you're saying there, but for me, it just makes the bird pop out, and I didn't really see that as a technical fault. I see a delicacy here, and I think. I hadn't even noticed that little foot, it's really not an issue for me. That, as I said, I'm looking at those pops of the yellow right throughout, and that's just making my eye travel around this image. I just feel that there are a lot of bird on a stick images out there, and this photographer has really elevated this beyond that, and I think it deserves to be celebrated.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore. Good discussion, and the score has moved from 82 to 85. Congratulations to the photographer, and we'll accept that. And we move to the next image. Maybe refresh your screen, Jace. We've got it, and we have an initial score 84. Catherine.
Not sure what was in my coffee, but yeah, so I've given this a 98. Elan told us to be audacious if we thought an image was very strong, and I really think this is so strong. What a impactful image, just the power of it. We're in the color category, so much color, the contrast between the gold tones and the blue. There's a lot of power here. And then when you look at the composition here, the photographer has chosen a low angle, which has absolutely added to the majesty of this figure and that really serene, powerful expression. And then you've got all the diagonal lines just bringing you in there, the bird's magnificent wing, the clouds coming in from the right, the diagonals in the river itself. And then you've also got this moment, you know, with the hoof just up from the water. Very powerful, real, just, I don't know, I can't fault it. Let's talk about it.
Elizabeth.
What did I score it? I scored it a 76. It's quite bold, it's sharp, it's got great composition. It's a subject I've seen many times, so perhaps it didn't hold that, you know, impact for me as much as perhaps some other people. Yeah. Open to other thoughts.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Charlotte.
Yeah, so I can see both sides of this. I find images like this very difficult to judge because there's a big part of my brain that's saying that was taken on a workshop, and I can't say whether that was or wasn't. So I'm wondering about how much of the photographer's own work this is, and I'm sorry to be the person who says this out loud, because it's not a popular opinion, but at the same time, I haven't seen this before. This is new to me. And it is a completely epic picture, and that's why I gave it 89. I'm going to think about my score. I also think the photographer's done really well to capture what they have in the bright sun. You know, the face is clear. It does feel a bit tilted to me. I would like to see it just a little bit more level. But yeah, great angle. Look at the epic clouds coming in. It's just everything in this picture just punches you in the face, like epic, epic, epic. But I have this little voice, so that's where I am.
Thank you, Charlotte. Chris.
What did I score? I think I scored it an 80. I did. So into the honours range. Yeah, I'm torn between that whole. I've seen these before. Is it on a workshop? You know, taken to. It's an epic image. You know, I look at even the separation of the eagle, the birds, to the, you know, those the wingtips on the, as we look at the right hand wing, there's just separation between there and the person riding the horse or whatever it is. It's not overlapped. You know, I think even all three hooves in the air. At least two of them are, and that back left hand one could be as well. And yeah, I think the tilting thing, that also gets me a little bit as well. But I'm really torn here. But yeah, epic image and definitely listening.
Jace.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking workshop, but I did just sort of feel like photo tourism, I guess you would maybe call it, that this is the subject is doing a lot of the work here and presenting an epic as an epic subject, and that is why people photograph these guys and travel a long way to do so. And it is really strong. I think the sky is stunning and really does a lot to help draw your eye to the subject. I think there's a lot on the right hand side that is unnecessary. I'd love to see a crop of a pretty, like, not heaps, still want room for the horse and rider to move into, but there's some unnecessary space over there that's distracting. The tilt, I can't stand the tilt. I'm really bothered by horizons. Either it needs to be a strong angle or level, and this is just in that wishy-washy in between space. So that if we're talking in the 90s, especially 98, Catherine, I'm going to be pretty picky over that sort of thing. I think, yeah, how much work is the subject doing, and how much work is the photographer doing here? And that's what's keeping me in the. I think I was in in the 80s, 80, 82 maybe, and I can come up into the high 80s. I think it's an honors worthy image, but is it right up in that that top percent? You know, maybe there's a few too many things holding me back on that, and I'm not here to punish someone for photographing something on a workshop necessarily. I think that's valid. It's a thing to do, even if it's not on a workshop. No, it's a popular thing to be on photograph. That's fine. We have to take on its merits what the photographer has brought to it, and I'm not sure if it's quite enough to get me into that range, Catherine, but give it another crack.
Catherine, you have the right of reply.
Sorry. Great discussion, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, addressing a few points. Space on the right doesn't bother me at all, as you say, space to move into, and those clouds are so strong, and they are, all the lines in them are bringing me back to that subject. I hadn't even noticed the tilt. I feel like there's a sense of drama here, so maybe that's where the tilt is contributing for me, and I also just feel that some landscapes undulate. You know, this is, I didn't see that as a fault, and I still don't, to be honest. Yes, this could have well been photographed on a workshop, but I think questions of, you know, what has the photographer brought to this? We need to judge what is in front of us, not be sort of thinking about, you know, how much of this is their own work and this guy's posing for this photographer or whatever. Regardless of all of that, this photographer has brought so much to this image. They have chosen their vantage point. They have dealt brilliantly with that sun. They've got that separation that you mentioned between the wing and the face. They've got that sense of moment. This might be, you know, this guy does this for photographers, but this photographer has contributed to this so brilliantly, and I think, Charlotte, you just summed it up. Epic, epic, epic. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's rescore, please. Good discussion, and the image has moved from 84 to 87. Congratulations to the photographer, and we'll accept that. We're going to move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 68. We will accept that. Jace, would you like to say something about the image? Just a comment to the photographer.
Yeah, I think it's a nice moment, well spotted. I think if you're going to give that much priority to the reflection, it has to deliver something more. It's a bit murky, and the depth of field is just falling off a little bit much. It would have been nicer if there was a little more depth of field, but got well spotted, and great moment.
Awesome, thank you. We will move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 80. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I really like this image. I thought it was strong. Shows action. I like the warm tones and the spray of the snow, and the expression on the dog's face and the action. It just tells the story, and yeah, I find it has a lot of impact with the viewer.
Chris.
Yeah, I was at the complete opposite other end at 67. I was wondering what I'm missing. What's really holding me back is the crop, and it feels really tight on that side. You know, as we look at it on the right hand side, which is where the dog is moving into. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's the cropping really that I suppose brings tension to me and has held me back. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's the eyes are sharp, nice expression, nice moment, and the snow going, and even the ears. It's really that crop that's holding me back.
Catherine.
Elizabeth, I'm not sure what you scored this. I'm assuming because you were able to challenge, you must have been in the 90s. Can you just tell us what your score was, please?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I scored it an 88.
Oh, okay, right. Well, my assumption then. All right. Well, so did I. 88, and I guess I probably would have gone into the 90s had it not been for that crop. I agree. It's just a little bit tight on the right, but I think everything else about this image is working so well, which is why I still went very high in the 80s. The movement, the excitement, the sharpness, the spray, the colours here. You know, this is the colour category. We've got that contrast between the cool snow and the warm dog. Yeah, this gorgeous little paws. I know it shouldn't be rewarding for having gorgeous paws, but you know, they've been nicely captured, and just the fact that they're not quite touching the snow. You know, we've got it in mid leap there, full of energy, full of the dog's excitement, and yeah, I think it needs rewarding. So.
Thank you, Catherine. Elizabeth, do you want to add anything, or should we just rescore?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is I don't mind the tight crop because I feel the dog's coming out at the photographer rather than so much off on another angle. It could have done with a slight more space on the right, but yeah, I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Let's rescore. And it has gone up from 80 to 82. Congratulations to the photographer, and we'll accept that. And we're going to move to the next image. Chris, just waiting for your score. Maybe refresh your
I've
screen.
scored it.
Maybe refresh your screen so it will come all the way through.
How's that?
Try harder. Yes. So we now have an initial score of 82. Charlotte.
So I scored this a 90 because I want to talk about it. I want us to talk about it. I don't know if any of you have seen that Disney Pixar short, which features these little birds. But it just is such a character. It looks like he's just going over to this little crab like, "What you doing, buddy? Did you fall over?" you know, and it's just got, I mean, I know he's going to eat him, but still, you can imagine these things. And I just think it's just wonderful interplay, a moment caught between these two creatures. And I know one of you's probably going to say, I don't like all the space to the right, but I quite like that sort of jaunty, off-sided feel. Perhaps a tiny bit over sharpened, which is why I haven't gotten any higher. But really, it's just a gorgeous story. Look at the light on the bird, the little pinpoint highlights on the little crabby thing on the beak. Yeah, I just think it's wonderful. Really lovely.
Catherine.
I gave this 74, so highly commended. I didn't get the Pixar story, have to admit, listening to that. I think this has been beautifully handled, you know, technically. Maybe I hadn't really noticed, maybe a little bit of over sharpening potentially, but, you know, the simplicity of it is wonderful. And that sort of sense of anticipation, you know, is the moment just before the little crab gets eaten. I guess, though, I didn't, I felt it had been extremely competently handled, but I wasn't seeing that extra story or something. You know, we do see birds eating insects quite frequently that, you know, that would elevate it for me. I think the depth of field's great, and as you say, the little highlights. But is that enough to take it up? I'm still listening. Yeah.
Chase, would you like to add to the debate?
I sure would. I gave it 88, and I was it should have given it into the 90s. I think like for a bird image with the X factor, just perfect minimal composition, nothing distracting. But the story is well, it's whatever you want it to be. You can construct a number of stories where the crab's about to die, become lunch, or if they're just having a weird little chat. The sharpening may be a touch heavy-handed, but it's perfectly sharp on the eye. The fact that you've got just enough separation from the pupil to the rest of the eye, and was a really dark eye, and then the little catchlight is a wonderful touch to give a little personality to that bird, and the intensity that it's staring down at what's probably going to become lunch in a second is really nice. It's tonally perfect. I think it's really good. It just deserves to be being considered at the highest end of the scoring range here. So I will move up.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I quite like the simplicity of composition, the fact the crab looks like it's on its back and it's about to get, you know, chomped. Yeah, overall I'm quite happy with it as it is.
Okay. Chris.
Yeah, I scored it an 80. Look, I really do like the image. I think there's a lot of details, like Jason pointed out, in the eye and the catchlights, the separation of the beak, you know, the crab on its back sort of trying to defend itself. What initially held me back was the bright patch on the feathers on the left-hand side. It takes me away, but I am actually listening, and yeah, I'm in the 80s already, so we'll see how it goes.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I hear what everybody's saying. Thanks for picking out all the extra wonderful points of this picture. As well, for me, there's a great novelty factor to this image. It's not every day that, or it's not even every, you know, however often that I see an image this close with the smudge detail in a sort of nature setting. You know, normally you would see like the whole bird and a wider shot, but I just think it's just a great, really close, almost personal, like you're there in this space with the bird, and that's why I scored it how I did.
Awesome. Judges, let's rescore. Good discussion, and the score has moved from 82 to 87. Congratulations to the photographer, and we'll accept that. And we move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 80. And we will accept that. Catherine, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Well done. So I gave this an 87, and I think the photographer's just done a fantastic job here. I get a bit of a story out of the curve of the traffic is a bit like a pot or something with the Milky Way kind of rising up out of that, and I think it's been beautifully composed. You're really drawn in by that fence. Yeah, wonderful work. Well done. Deserve your
Thank you.
honours.
Yes. And we will move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 76. Elizabeth.
I knew you were going to do that. Yeah, I actually love this image. The minimalistic color palette, I think, adds to it, and the simplicity of the composition, and this, it's just so simple, and it tells a good story. And there's just so many little things, you know, the surfboard, the guy in the car, what could be beautiful, who knows. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it just stands out to me.
What was your score, Elizabeth?
What did I score it? 84.
Catherine.
Might have been a bit mean here. I gave this a 68 for all of the reasons that you have elucidated there, Elizabeth. You know, I felt that those are all strengths of the image, which for me put it in the high end of the acceptance range. It's got a sense of story. I guess the shaggy hair of the driver is adding to that as well. And it's simple. It doesn't hold my interest for that long, I guess. So yeah, interested to hear what some other people think of it.
Jace.
Yeah, I think I was sort of maybe wanting to like this a lot more. I think it's I think it deserves to be rewarded in the 70s. I think it's above acceptance. But I think this type of image, to me, to get into that honours range or into the 80s range, it demands perfection, and so the point of view of the photographer here is just slightly to the right of the car. And I think if you're going to go for this kind of delicate palette, sort of, it's evoking Wes Anderson type kind of vibe, and so I want to see that symmetry to be perfect. So the front left wheel is just sort of sticking out into the gap there in the front right wheel is not visible. You know, those kind of things. The shadow being cast on the upper left part of the car and meeting the window. The reflections in the chrome bumper are the extra cars kind of appearing there. Those kind of like little details, but they're little details that take away from what should be a perfect minimalistic image. And so it's a strong attempt. I love the concept, but I would encourage the photographer to keep playing with this style and chasing that perfection that it demands.
Thank you, Jace. Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
I don't think there's much else I can add. I do agree with Jace about the symmetry of, you know, with the wheels and everything. But yeah, for me, it just, I guess it was just something I hadn't seen for a long time, that type of image, and that's why it had a bit more impact.
Judges, please rescore. And it moved up from 76 to 77. Good discussion, and we'll accept that. And we move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 78. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I just I'm really intrigued by the formations in the bubble, the ice, and there's so many different shapes within that, and I like the warm tone coming in from the background. I realise this is probably quite difficult to photograph, and so I appreciate the fact it's got a very shallow depth of field, but you've also got all the little ice details along the what it's sitting on that are sharp as well. So yeah, I think probably the only thing that detracts slightly for me is the little highlight on the right hand side of the bubble. So open to the others.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Catherine.
So I gave this a 74, so in highly commended. Beautiful delicacy to it and lovely colour palette. The highlight on the bubble doesn't bother me, but the heaviness of the dark green form in the background does for me compete quite significantly with the ice bubble. So that was what was holding me back from going a little higher. But yeah, I think it's beautiful. I'd like to hear a bit more.
Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I actually, now that Catherine's brought it up, the dark shape in the background does compete a bit. Other than that, yeah, that's about it for me.
That's okay. Let's
Yeah.
rescore. Charlotte, maybe refresh your screen so I can get your score. And the image stays the same. We'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 77. Elizabeth.
I scored this a 90. There's so much I like about this image. The light shafts coming through the opening there, the pose of the person, even the title adds to it, Seeing the Light, which makes you wonder whether it's about the light or what he is reading. And I like the tones throughout the image.
Thank you. Charlotte.
I'm just really struggling with the believability of those shafts of light. I do apologize to the photographer if that's exactly, as it was in the scene. But I'm not really seeing them line up with the exceptionally bright and blown out squares on the left, which are very distracting. On the other side of things, I just love the subject in this photo, the way the light is hitting their face. This moment of contemplation. So I'm really struggling with it, but I'm listening.
Chris.
What did I score? I scored 75, and I'm sort of in agreement there with Charlotte. I think of the believability of the light and how it's hitting even the subject as well. I'm just not sure how it's all put together. So again, apologise if it's what's been seen, and also the lightness on that really bright squares on the left-hand side.
Catherine.
No, I don't really have anything to add, thanks.
Okay. Jace?
Just really quickly, I want it cropped. I want the whole left-hand side gone, and then then the believability issue goes away, and we're focused on the beautiful light on the subject, and the light rays are sort of a nice overlay. That's what I would like to see.
Thanks, Jace. Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
I have no further comment, thanks.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Elizabeth, maybe refresh your screen so we can get your score again. We're still missing your score, Elizabeth. You'll need to refresh your screen for that to come here.
Perhaps I didn't.
Yes. Just refresh that screen, please. Yes. And the scores stay the same. Thank you. We'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 73. Elizabeth.
I scored this a 90. Again, it's one of those images that I just love the simplicity. I love the shapes in both with the umbrellas and the shapes in the architecture, and I like that the coloration of the subjects is such a nice contrast to the rest of the image. And the steps lead you up into the image, and the boys looking straight back at the camera hold you there. Yeah.
Charlotte.
Look, I am way, way down the other end. I scored this 58, which was perhaps a bit harsh, but I just get a really bad vibe from this image. Like, kids often don't hide how they feel in photos, and I just really feel like they don't want to be there. They're bored. They've been posing for people taking photos all day. I don't know, but that's the vibe that I get. Technically, the image isn't amazing quality. It's not all that sharp. there's a highlight on the bottom that leads me out. Look, I'm not going to keep going. Like I can see that, you know, compositionally it's great. It's just that doesn't do much for me.
Is there any other judge who would like to comment before we give Elizabeth the right of reply? Okay, so Elizabeth, go ahead if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Charlotte. But yeah, to be honest, there's not too much about it that actually worries me. I think I just like the simplicity and the colour tones. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that and everyone can decide.
Okay, so let's rescore it, please. And the score stays the same, and we'll accept it. Chris, why don't you take a break and we'll get Kevin to join us.
Hello, hello.
Charlotte and Kevin, we're still waiting for your scores to trickle through.
You got it now, Elin?
No, you have to refresh your screen. Now I have it. 71 is the initial score. Thank you. And we will accept that. Charlotte, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to like about this photo. Like you can almost smell the mold, you know what I mean? It's just wonderfully textured and dilapidated. The light coming in from outside is beautiful. Yeah, so congratulations.
Awesome. We're going to move to the next image. We have a score of 73 and we'll accept that. Jace, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Sure. I guess this is another one of these kind of nature, but make it fantasy type images. So it's a bit fantastical, and I think yeah, just keep working on this concept. I think it's a cool concept, but some issues around the technical compositing, the sort of reflections of the legs, and the surface of the water and the heaviness of the dark clouds. It all comes together to be a bit uncomfortable and overshadow what you're trying to do. So keep working on it.
Thank you, Jace. We've moved to the next image. And we have an initial score of 70. Jace.
Yeah, I gave this one 81, and maybe to echo my previous comments around nature and fantasy, I think it's it's a hard one to interpret, but the initial image of the Kotuku is really lovely. The light coming through the feathers, the way it's handled, the detail throughout is really good. I think it's been composited competently. I think it might not be to everyone's taste. It's probably not to my taste exactly, but I think that it's technically proficient. The choice of the sort of textured murky overlay might have been a step too far, or just the wrong choice. I realized that was potentially to help blend everything together, and maybe something is required to do that, but that textured overlay in particular has let it down a bit. So that kept me in the low honours range. I could be convinced that that was too generous, but I think you need to point out some specifics.
Thank you, Jace. Charlotte.
Yeah, kind of echoing Jace's comments on the last image. For this one, it just feels really kind of murky to me. Even though there are highlights in the image, it still feels a bit flat, and the reflection of the head is far too clear, and it keeps pulling my eyes down there, and then that just makes me feel a bit odd. I have to say I'm also not a big fan of the heavy textural overlays, but that's just personal opinion. But yeah, really do enjoy the image of the bird itself, and also just loses a bit of impact because I've seen a lot of images like this before.
What was your score, Charlotte?
65.
Thank you. We will have the image rescore. And the image stays on 70. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. We're waiting for you, Jace. Thank you. And we have a score of 66. We will accept that. Kevin, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I think it's in the wrong category, to be honest. I think if he'd put it in decisive moments or an action category, it would have got a higher score. As an image in this category, I get distracted by the barrels in the background and the bright colors. That takes me away from the face straight away, almost immediately. But as a decisive moment shot, it's almost perfect. It's really nice. It's captured everything well. The dog is sharp. It's facing in. All the movement goes the same way. But yeah.
Thank you.
In this category, no.
Awesome. We'll accept that and we'll get the next image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 70. Charlotte, would you like to challenge this image?
I don't know whether I want to challenge, but I will talk about it. I scored it quite generously. I think I gave it an 80 because it makes me smile. And any image that gets an initial emotion deserves to be awarded or at least considered a bit more. There's a few things I'm not sure about looking at it a bit longer, but I just look the expression on the dog's face. It's kind of looking up like, "What are you doing to me now, Mum?" That sort of thing. Which I really enjoy. But yeah.
That's okay. So
yeah.
we will accept that score, and we'll move on. So this was the last image in the open color category, and thank you, the judges. We are going to take a 4.5 minute break, and we will just select the next category for us to view, and judges are welcome to take a well-deserved break.
Do you want us to stay logged in?
Yeah, stay logged in, and the next category to be judged is going to be minimalistic, and we're just going to have a slideshow running in while we have this break.
I was just thinking how badly prepared I was for this. I have no snacks in the house. I know, it's on me. Oh, Kevin, you're so mean.
I was offering it to you.
Okay, I gave this a 92. I think this is just rather exquisite, and what better illustration of the category description could we have here, really? You know, the simplicity of this beautiful little bird. What I'm finding too as I look at this longer is that I'm really loving the relationship between the curve of the stick going one way and then the curve of the back of the bird going the other way, and each of them has kind of got an eye in a way as well. And yeah, and then the little twist of the feet, the twist of the body, the twist of the stick, I think beautifully handled, and it is so simple and yet so engaging.
You and I and birds on sticks, eh? I was very stingy, maybe 65, way down, and I found that was probably mostly my kind of, well, two things. Most of my initial response to it was that there wasn't a lot going on light wise or anything like that that made it stand out. I was a bit worried about some sort of technical sharpness type issues, maybe over sharpening again, and that end of the stick really bothered me. But then the other part of it, I guess, is more around what constitutes minimalism, and prejudging this category, I had a lot of trouble with that, and I tried to be sort of develop a bit of a framework for myself around what minimalism was, and for me, I don't see this as a strong minimalistic image. It's a very it's all there. It's just it's the whole bird. It's all clearly rendered, and there's a lot of detail in the bird. And so, just because the rest of the space is white, it's not a strong use of minimalism to me. And so, I think this is going to be an interesting category to judge from that perspective, because I'm looking for something a little more a more creative interpretation of minimalism.
I like this, I actually really love the simplicity of this image, and that little eye with the round, with the white ring on it, really draws you in. The only change I would wish for is that the stick and the bird were on the other side of the frame, so that bird was looking back into the image. Other than that, I wouldn't change a thing. I love it. My score was, go back to the screen, it was a 70.
Yeah, I'm up there with Catherine. I gave it a 90. And I agree with everything she said, the shape and the form and everything we're seeing here. It's almost monochromatic, and then you've got the flash of the yellow on the wing and the bit on the tail there. But I also had not considered what Jace was saying about the light, and it is actually quite a flat image, so I might reconsider my score.
Okay. Kevin.
I'm with Jace in this. I originally scored at 74 because I thought they'd possibly take it in a fault. But looking at the image properly, when you actually zoom in on it, the image has been cut out. So it's just a plain white background with a bird on it, which to me, I'm with Jace. It's not minimalism. Minimalism has to be the whole bird, the whole image. And it's the balance between negative space and the subject that you interpret as minimalism, and how they balance each other. This doesn't do that. So if anything, I would be bringing the score back down again now.
Catherine, your right of reply.
Great discussion. It's always interesting. People at polar opposites, isn't it?
Yep.
Gosh, the lack of direction in the light isn't bothering me in the slightest here. I just feel that it's all about the shapes and the pose and that little sense of movement. You know, this bird is only here for just a small amount of time and it's off again. Beautiful, as Charlotte said, you know, it's nearly monochromatic, and then you've just got that little bit of colour in the stick and that bright, lovely pop of yellow. I think this is a very successful artistic image. I do see what you're saying about the cutout. I'm glad we've discussed this. I still believe strongly that it needs to come up from where it is, though. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Judges, let's rescore. And the score stays the same. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 69. Would you like to challenge this, Catherine?
Yes, I think I would. I gave this a 78. I actually thought I was going to be one of the lower ones, to be honest. So that's interesting, isn't it? Definitely worth a challenge. Yeah, I found this has an immediate strong impact as a very graphic image that obviously takes you up to a point and you think you're going to the heavens, but then you stop. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, nicely composed. I do see some technical flaws with it, which is why I didn't go higher, but I think it warrants a bit more discussion. I'd love to hear what other people say.
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Oh. Yeah. I scored this 58 because we all know where this is. It's Gibbs Farm. It's somebody else's artwork. Again, I'm going to just be the voice of possibly unpopular opinion here. I don't know how to deal with that when it's, you know, I've got this photo myself, or something very similar. And so I really struggle to award this sort of, well, I feel like the sculpture's doing the work. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Catherine, you have the right of reply.
Jace, would you say something?
Jace?
Yeah, quickly. I'm in the highly commended range as well at 76, and I think it does deserve to come out of acceptance and into highly commended. We're not looking at honours or above here, and I think this is a recurring thing that's sort of coming up, and it's a thorny issue. But I think this is the photographer's interpretation of an artwork, and we need to reward them for what they have brought to it, which is careful positioning of all the elements and lines, and careful handling of the highlights and shadows. And I think that brings it above an acceptance standard for me. Also, to kind of come back to the definition of minimalism thing, which I think is going to keep being a theme. It's sort of about how much can you take away and still communicate the message, and this is heading towards that territory where it's got just the right amount in it. I think the sky has been probably over darkened, and so it's left it a bit murky. That's the biggest kind of technical flaw I can see. But insofar as this sculpture already exists and has been created by an artist, it's still been interpreted well by a photographer, and maybe that's easier than I think it is to have done, because I haven't seen this particular sculpture in person myself. So that's just what I wanted to chime in.
Thank you. Catherine?
I think Jace has put that very well, and I don't have anything else to add. Thanks.
Awesome. Judges, let's rescore. Thank you, judges, and the score stays the same. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Score has an initial score of 72. Kevin, would you like to challenge this image?
No, not so much to challenge it. I'm the image itself appeals to me. I mean, I love the balance between the softness of the poles and the strong straight diagonal lines of the sail itself. I think the overall color adds to that as well. Maybe perhaps a little bit over pink, and maybe if the photographer looked at it as a monochrome image rather than in color, it would be a bit stronger. But it's their shot, not mine. Yeah, I like it. I do like the balance. I like the fact that we've got that tilt from left to right, leading us into the stronger part of the image with where the poles are. Yeah, it works for me. I'm sure it doesn't work for everybody else, but it certainly works for me. But I do love a good diagonal.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 82. Charlotte?
Yeah. Look, I wanted to be enthusiastic about this, and I scored it 98. It's just sublime. You know, you've got this little creature just hunkered down in the snow, trying to survive. You can see the snow that's built up on its face and its ear. You can see every little strand of fur along its back. Instead of it being nothingness that surrounds it, you know that it's snow and it's ice and it's that cold mist that comes up. It's just absolutely gorgeous. I wouldn't change a thing about it. I just think it's wonderful. I don't know what else to say. I'm listening to other people.
Catherine.
So this is an interesting one because I was just having this technical difficulty trying to get my scoring box come up, and then I realized it had taken my score from my last image, and I was just about to let you know when you announced the score and it was clear that we're going to get a rescore here. So I kind of don't actually feel like I have scored this image.
Okay, that's
and
okay.
yeah.
That's
So,
okay.
but anyway, yeah.
Should we rescore?
No, because
Not yet.
I get a chance now anyway. I would have, yeah. We can rescore now, but totally agree, Charlotte. A stunning image, and just that little clogged up ear adds to, you know, the body, the way the blending of the snow and all that bulk of the body of the snow on the body has just made a curve of the top of the animal, so you're missing a great deal of it. But then, you know, that's strengthening the image, and just the little closed up face trying to get a bit of shelter from the onslaught, and all that packed in snow in the ear. It's just beautiful, and it's also been I think beautifully composed so that the little Arctic fox isn't lost in the image. It's got its own space, but you know, the composition is adding to that story of this blizzard that it's in. So, you know, I think it's a beautiful image, very well done, and I'll be coming up with you, Charlotte.
Elizabeth.
I scored it a lot lower. I gave it a 68. I obviously didn't see some of the aspects that you guys saw. If anything, I would have liked to have seen the fox a little bit lower in the frame to emphasise the space above and around it more, rather than it being, you know, a lot of foreground. But I do agree about the comments about the built-up snow on the face and the body. That kind of give it that feeling of vulnerability in its environment. Over to anyone else?
Jace.
Yeah, I was stingy on 86. I'm coming into the 90s for sure. And I think this is if anything, maybe I would like a little less value in the a little less intensity in the fox, like to really emphasize that lost in the snowstorm and the fog kind of feeling. But there is value throughout the whiteness. It's not just pure white. There's just subtle changes of nuance there, which are just delicately handled, and that space tells a story this time, as you said, which is the key. That it's minimalistic, but it's not. It's all in support of a message still, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. I see what you're saying, Elizabeth, about the foreground. Maybe it's a little generous, but the fact that there is just a bit of subtle detail throughout that area, and maybe that's the snow in the foreground, but that's about the only critique I could make, really. I think it's such a strong image, so I will come up to the 90s.
Kevin.
I'm as a photographer, I can imagine myself freezing, lying in the snow, taking this sort of image. The photographer has captured everything beautifully. The wind is whipping that snow straight across from left to right, and it's probably about 70-80 mile an hour gusts in a blizzard. You've got white out behind it. The fox, as you say, is hunkered down, and all you've got is this beautiful, beautiful line of brown that literally you can see almost imagine the snow and the cold sweeping over the top of them. It's fantastic. I mean, I'd given it 92, but I'm already up at 98. It's just, if we're talking minimalism, this is what we're after. This is just beautiful, gorgeous, fantastic. I just want to get on the plane and head up there and do this sort of thing. Wonderful shot. I hope the photographer is very, very pleased with themselves, because this is just Utterly beautiful.
Thank you, Kevin. Charlotte, bring it home.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Elizabeth, I think you're the one we need to convince the most. And I actually really enjoyed what you said. I think the placement of the fox actually really situates him and embeds it in the landscape itself. I think if it was slightly more to the edges, then it might have been more of a compositional sort of ploy. But as we see him, he's right there in the landscape embedded. And I loved that you used the word vulnerability, because I think that's what gets me about this image. You know, this fox is just trying to survive and get through until it warms up and it can go hunting. And just wanted to make a comment about the crack around the eye in the snow as well, where he's just peeked out and gone, nah, I'm going back to sleep. Yeah, gorgeous.
Awesome. Judges, let's rescore.
Was I the lowest scorer, Elaine?
Say again, Elizabeth?
Was I the lowest score?
Yes,
So I
you
can't
were the
change my
lowest, and
score.
this is why I asked you after
That's I'm
Charlotte.
just confirming.
Yes,
that
you
I
were
can't
the
change.
lowest by far.
Yeah.
So is
Good
that
discussion.
you can't lower your score, but you can raise it. That's right. If you're the lowest.
Yeah, Elan, I think we need to just discuss this quickly. If you're the challenger, either on the high or the low end, you can't change your score. But Charlotte challenged this, so Elizabeth can change her score or can't? Even though she's lowest, she could.
When you are, I'll answer this for the benefit of the judges and all the other people who watch us. When you're the highest scoring, you cannot praise your score. When you are the lowest scoring, you cannot lower your score. Everybody else are free or is free to judge whatever they want, to score whatever they want.
Can I rescore that last one then, please?
Well, you have. And we have the final score of 91. So
That's
it moved
cool.
up from 82 to 91. Okay? Well done to the photographer, and we'll accept that. And just so you know, Elizabeth, you could have changed your score, but okay, you could have. For one reason or another, you know, you can always make, and it actually, I think we discussed this, it shows emotional intelligence, and yeah, when you change your score, you listen to the other judges and you are open to what they're trying to say, and you think about their comments, etc. So we'll
That's
accept
what I
that.
was trying to clarify before.
Absolutely, you can change your score. You can
If,
raise it, you cannot bring it down.
So if Elizabeth, if you would have liked to have raised your score, but you didn't because you thought you weren't allowed to, and now we've clarified that.
Could we rescore it?
If Elizabeth
Okay.
had raised her score,
Okay,
it might have
how
made
about
a difference
this?
to the
We'll
overall
try
score.
without breaking the system. So we will try to.
I think it's worth it. Just that
Okay,
could come
if
down
it's
to a
worth it,
placing.
then go
Yes.
ahead. No, that's okay. Now that we've cleared this, I hope you have a screen to score this. So it's now scored 95, and I'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done, Charlotte. And we have an initial score of 79. Catherine,
Am I the only one outside the scoring range? Are they in a different decile?
no, there's others in a different decile.
Is there anybody higher than the average?
Yeah.
Perhaps we should go to them first then.
So Elizabeth,
Yeah, I like the simplicity of this and the detail and the way the little fine tips of the lilies point, one on one side, two on the other. And I also like the central composition and how it's placed against the black background for contrast.
Jace,
What did you score it, Elizabeth?
Pardon?
what
did you
was
score?
your score,
80,
Elizabeth?
88.
I was at 63, and I was given an acceptance for the lighting and the composition, but beyond that, I am just struggling to reward the softness and sharpening combination that has led to this peculiar presentation of the detail, which is sort of makes it feel like it's been rescued from not being sharp. And in a sort of studio setting, I find that sort of unforgivable. And I don't know if, I mean, it also looks like it might just be a resolution thing. I don't know. It's hard to tell what is going on, but it leaves it, it lets it down technically, where I think as you say, the lines and the shapes and the curves and the points are nice, but then the softness, especially towards the top and the ends of particularly the end of the central lily. Yeah, that bothers me, and if you can convince me that that's intentional and makes sense, then I'll have a think about coming up.
Elizabeth, would you like to reply to Jace?
Yeah, I actually don't see that in that at all. Having photographed lilies like this before myself, I find the texture and the softness of the lilies about normal, to be honest. The only thing I guess that could be slightly different is around the tops of the petals, but I don't mind it. Just a personal one.
Catherine,
Yeah, I'm sort of with Jace on this one. I think it's beautifully composed and it's really quite graceful and elegant. But then I was thinking, what's going on that very top frond? And so I was sort of coming in to have a look, and then I was thinking, gosh, there's a lot of post-processing issues actually going on in this. We've got sudden blurriness there underneath each of the little arches of the fronds. There are black chunks of something against the background, and there are also a lot of lines through the background and chunkiness on the bottom, which is quite distracting. And then over on the top left at the top there's a highlight. There's beautiful image, but I just feel that there's a lot of technical flaws in here, and just it needs that finessing of the care in order to take it higher. So I put it in acceptance, but not by a great margin.
I think we will move to rescoring this image.
Elan, can I just get your attention in the chat, please? I've got an issue going on.
Final score is 67. We'll accept that and we'll move forward. And we have an initial score of 67, and we will accept that. Jace, would you like to say a few good words about the photo?
If I unmute myself first, I'd love to. I think commend the photographer for seeing some lovely light and a nice subject. The tree just competes with the background horizon, which lets it down. The milky water's lovely, and maybe we need a little less of a central composition as well, so maybe less sky or less water, one of the two. But yeah, great attempt.
Awesome. We'll accept that and we'll move on. We have one judge that dropped out, and that will be Catherine. So
Should be good now. Sorry, I just had to yeah, come out and back in again. It locked up.
okay, okay.
I had a weird issue there, so that wasn't that was my previous score again. But
We'll see what happens here.
yeah, exactly.
Charlotte, see if you can put your score and refresh your screen.
I'm still waiting for the image to come up.
So maybe just click refresh.
Yeah.
On the
Okay, yep.
browser, please.
Sorry to hold everyone up.
No, not a problem. The machine, and we have an initial score of 70.
I didn't put in a score.
Yeah, it seems like the same thing happened to it.
Okay,
me.
I don't want to wait too long about this image. I will ask everyone to refresh their screens, and I will, just because some people had an issue, I will hit the rescore, and you can score this image.
So are we filling this in the revised score box?
Yeah.
Yes, please, Elizabeth.
Done.
And just hit yes, good.
It's not letting me put the score in that I want to. I think it carried over my score from last time.
I think it's going to be okay, Charlotte. We can hold it for a long time, but for the sake of moving forward,
I'll just have to put in the same score for the image
well, then
from
you
the
have
last
to.
time then.
It is what it is. The machine has its own quirkiness, and I cannot resolve it at this point. So we have a score of, well, we can try to rescore it one more time for the benefit of the photographer. So I hope it's going to work, but because we've had these issues before and we don't know exactly what causes these, we may need to accept this, Charlotte. So try and put a score there. Otherwise we could fall into a big hole, and I don't want that. Okay, so and we are falling into a deep hole. We don't want that. So judges, please refresh your screens and we'll try to get this stable. We've lost one judge.
Are we rescoring now?
Well, don't do anything.
Okay.
Catherine, just put a score and hopefully we can move forward. But refresh your screen before that, Catherine. Okay. So we have a score of 65. We will accept that, otherwise we're going to sink into such a big hole. We have a new image to judge.
Well, we should probably at least give a comment for the photographer.
Actually, we should, but we don't have the image in front of us, and it's going to throw us into a huge conundrum. So we're going to move forward. Charlotte, we have an issue here. Believe me, you don't want to get there. Murphy is doing double time, and we've fallen into this. We spent an hour. We want to move forward for the sake of our life. And we have an initial score of 68. Jace.
Yeah, go on. I gave this 82, and I'd love to at least see it come into a highly commended. I think it's a delicate, frosty, foggy morning. It's been well seen. The island is placed beautifully. The thing that there's a few things. There's a dust spot or two, sure, and I don't know what that yellow square structure is, and so I'm not quite sure how to turn that into something that I understand. So that detracts slightly, but I think that brings it down from higher in the 80s down to just into the honours range. I think there's just enough hint of the landscape in the background. There's just enough clarity and just enough subtlety, but maybe I'm missing something.
Thank you. Catherine.
So I gave this a 58, which is a solid acceptance. I appreciate that it's delicate. I guess it just doesn't hold my interest for very long. It's a lovely picture, nicely composed of an island and a lake. I actually quite like, I just need to say, that little yellow thing, some sort of structure that I like the fact that the colour in that is reflecting the yellow trees. This might sound funny, but for me, if that dark green tree hadn't been there, maybe it would have been more successful for me, just the greys and the yellows. But the green tree makes the island a little bit muddled for me, and I just don't. As I say, it just doesn't hold my interest long enough to reward it more highly. But I'm listening. I might come up a bit.
Jace, I think you have the right of reply.
Yeah, sure. I think a pure monochromatic image would have been even stronger. The green is an unnecessary color, so potentially that could be fixed in post just with recoloring that tree. Or maybe the photographer can get out in their canoe with the chainsaw and sort that out for next year. Have another go, but other than that, yeah, it's lovely.
Okay.
I think it deserves a reward.
So let's rescore it, please. Waiting for you, Elizabeth. Good. And the score is now 67, and we'll accept that. Elizabeth, we will say thank you for the meanwhile, and we'll get David to log back in, please.
Do you want me to join the scoring now?
Please, David, while we are young. Waiting for your score, Jace. And we have an initial score of 78. Would you like to challenge this, Charlotte?
I don't think I really want to challenge it.
Okay.
But I
Jace,
will say a
would
few
you like
things.
Would you like to challenge Jace?
Yeah, I will. I gave it 86, and I hesitated over it. I could have been at the other end easily, and so it's maybe worth having a quick chat about, just see if we can. What was the initial score? Sorry, Elaine.
78.
78. Oh, okay. Maybe that's about right. I don't know. I think a little judicious cropping. Get rid of the line at the top and some of the broken stuff at the bottom, and you'd have a strong minimalistic image. And it could be handled. It's been handled pretty well. I guess there's some. I can't tell. I couldn't tell if it was composited. I don't think it is. Something odd, a little bit odd technically about it, but I think it's interesting. So let's have a quick chat. See if we can nudge it up a couple of points.
Kevin.
Yeah, I think that for me it's almost a frame within a frame image, and I quite like the fact that the kitten, this somewhat frightened, rather bedraggled looking kitten, is sitting staring directly at the camera, and is in the lower left quadrant, which gives it quite a powerful position in the composition as a whole. So I really quite enjoyed this image.
What was your score, David?
84, I think it was.
Yeah. Kevin.
Yeah, 84.
There's not a lot in it to hold my interest, and I love the fact that he's got the black against the white, and the cat is very, very sharp. I don't think it's been certainly doesn't look as if it's, maybe if you're really looking at it, there's a bit of separation between the background and the ears, but I think the concept is pretty good.
What was your score, Kevin?
72.
Awesome.
But it's if we're looking at honors and above and everything else, then it doesn't fit that category. There's not enough in it to. It doesn't have a wow factor. It's a cat against a white wall, and it is minimalist. But there's nothing about the minimalism that makes you want to go back again and again, and that's what we're really looking for here, I think. It just doesn't do that for me.
Jace.
I have to add the proviso that I'm not a cat lover.
Yeah, so back to me, I guess. Then, look, I think the wow factor is the engagement with the subject. The cat looks like a feral, bedraggled little thing. It's a bit terrified. It's wide-eyed. It's skinny, and the photographer's captured a sort of nice image of the cat, but then putting it in the context of its surroundings, and yeah, remove a few elements, and it would be more a stronger minimalist image, essentially. But good attempt, and let's have another score and maybe squeeze a couple of points out of it.
Judges, please rescore. And it's gone up by 1 point to 79, and we'll accept that. We want to bring Chris back, so maybe Jace, take a break. And Chris, if you could join us, that'd be great. Thank you. And we have an initial score of 73. Chris.
Yeah, so I scored this 80. If this isn't minimalist, what is? So I really like you've really got 3 things, maybe 4 things happening in here. I like the black versus the white, the shapes versus the lines and the shadow. For me, you've got a 1, 2, 3 happening here as well. You've got one panel completely alone. You've then got 2 panels that have got the black shape and the shadow in it, and then you've got 3 panels that are again completely alone. The composition up in that sort of top left-hand corner is nice with the shadow. So you've got some, you could see this on your wall as art, or someone's wall as art. So I scored it 80.
Thank you. Catherine.
Yeah, I gave this 61, and I think I have made a mistake. The longer I look at it, the more and more I like it. Definitely minimalistic, quite right. Chris, I love that 1, 2, 3 thing that you've just said. And also what I'm loving about this is the trickery of it. Like if you can kind of imagine this as a page in a maths book or something like that that you're actually looking at, and suddenly you've got this three-dimensional object that's kind of messing with you. And so yeah, it's like a note on a page, you know, or something like that. So super minimalistic. And initially I thought, yeah, there's not much to it, but I'm seeing more and more and really liking it. So I'm definitely coming up.
Okay. I think we will have a rescore, but before that, Chris, you have the right of reply.
So I didn't really hear anything negative about it. Let's see where we go.
Judges, please rescore. Good talking, and well done. Chris, you helped the image go from 73 to 77, and we'll accept that. And we have the next image. And we have an initial score of 76. Kevin.
I'm always in awe of photographers that can capture images like this. I think that the separation from the background is absolutely perfect. The focus is absolutely spot on both stalks and stems of the fungi. I think the detail in the top of the stalk that they're sitting on is almost perfect as well. I think the positioning in that bottom right hand corner gives a perfect sense of balance between the subject and all of that negative space, and it's almost a 3-to-1 ratio. We've got 3 points of interest in the subject as well, so it balances itself. We've got the two stalks plus the branch they're sitting on, and then you've got all of the space, and it just sits perfectly. And then if you go into the color, the colors are superb. I do really enjoy it. I think it needs to be scored high if we're looking for a wow factor. Then this has definitely got it. And I understand that shooting fungi and mushrooms and everything else is not everyone's cup of tea, but in that genre, this would also stand out. I think it's really, really good. Well done, photographer.
Thank you, Kevin. David.
Yeah, I was looking at the this concept of negative space. Following your comment there, Kevin, negative space isn't nothing. It has to contribute something to the meaning within the frame. And in this particular case, I was troubled by the what seemed to me to be muddiness of the background. I think you're absolutely right. The fungi themselves have been absolutely beautifully captured, but I'm just slightly put off by the muddy nature of the background. I'm not quite sure what could be done to improve it, but it does diminish the impact of the fungi themselves.
What was your score, David?
71, 72. 71. I'm open to persuasion otherwise, though. I could go up.
Could I add in a bit more persuasion and say that the muddiness in the background, well, it's all entertainment, isn't it? The muddiness in the background, I would suggest, is a tree or a branch or the stalk of another bush in the background. But I think the subtlety that they've defocused it, for want of a better phrase, adds to the whiteness and the perfection and the fungi.
What was your score, Kevin?
It was high. It was 86.
So judges are reminded to announce their scores when
sorry,
they
yes.
challenge. Don't worry. We will rescore it now.
Right.
I think Chris wanted to say
Chris wants
something.
to-
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so like I scored it at, I think it was 72, and I was really wanting to go higher. What got me and what really is sticking me back down, and it will keep me down, is you have the two stems of the fungi which appear to be quite sharp, and there's a little bit of distance between them. That left green bit, which appears to be between the two stems, is out of focus. So I'm not sure what's going on there at all. But it's that out of focus piece is holding me back. Whether it's a stacked image and there's not enough stacking, I'm not sure. So interested, Kevin, on your thoughts on that, because I really did enjoy the image.
Yeah, I would suggest that the piece that's out of focus in the back is outside the focus range for that, because the angle that's taken at it looks like it's a lot wider. If you're following that curve, it's not on one plane. That's it's already in the background is what I'm trying to say. And I think the whole curve of that piece around the back is out of focus because it's not on the same plane. I'm maybe not describing. I don't shoot fungi, so I don't know. But I know when I'm using down on an f1.2, the difference between in focus and not in focus when you're shooting this close is millimeters, fractions of millimeters. But for me, it does not detract from the overall image. But yeah, I think let's rescore and see what people think.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore. Kevin, just please, after scoring, click on refresh.
I didn't score.
Well, I'd like you to rescore, please.
Oh, right, sorry.
And it has gone up from 76 to 78, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 66. Would you like to challenge this photo, David? You don't have to.
I think I'll pass on this one.
Okay.
I may make a comment later on, but I'll pass on.
No, make your comment now, please.
Okay. I think that I'm divided in my opinion between whether this is about the stark contrast between the blue and the yellow, or what place the cloud has in the scene as a whole, because they seem somewhat contradictory. It could be a desert scene, in which case you could have a blindingly blue sky, but then what's the point of the cloud in there? But on the other hand, it could be that the image is actually more about the cloud than I thought at first. I'm also slightly troubled by the amount of what appears to be sensor noise in the sky, but I'm open to persuasion on the upside.
We're not going to have a challenge here, David. So we will accept this score and we will move forward. David, we're waiting for your score.
I can't get the score.
Just refresh the screen, David. Just
yeah,
refresh.
It's all right. It's okay. I know about that.
Okay.
It just wasn't coming up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We have an initial score of 80. Charlotte.
Yeah, I scored this image 90. I'm up here because as much as I think this is a fantastic image and a great example of minimalism, and I don't normally take any stock in titles, I did really appreciate the title for this image, which so for anybody who can't see, it's committee meeting, and that really added a sense of humor to it on top of everything else that I already felt for this image. You know, you can just imagine all these people in the office, and there's different personalities here, you know. So that really elevated it for me. But just on top of all the normal standard technical stuff, I love the tonal range. I love, again, these sort of snowy scapes seem to fit the minimalism criteria very well, because it's not nothing. You can sort of imagine what it is there. I just think it's a really great group of creatures caught in a great moment, and it made me smile.
Catherine.
So I gave this a 75, so yeah, into the highly commended range. I do see another story in it as well, that this one little penguin hasn't been invited to the committee meeting, and the one beside it looks like it potentially is roaring with laughter, which I quite like that. And those aspects of the hint of a moment there are what took me out of just acceptance into the highly commended range. I think I probably need to hear a little bit more to take it higher, but it's a very enjoyable image, and it made me smile as well.
David.
Yes, I'd like to make an observation on this image. I've spent a couple of summer seasons down in Antarctica, and so I've seen not this particular species of penguin, but I've seen all of these behaviors in penguins, and the whole concept of this group of penguins just made me burst out laughing, because I've seen all of these behaviors I know exactly what's going on with each of them because of the work that I did. But it's just a wonderful photograph. And as Catherine says, the white above is not nothing. One of the things that I sometimes think about when looking at an image like this is, would more of the so-called negative space add to the image? And if it does, then it's adding information. It's adding meaning to the image. I think this is a case where that is so. And I'm planning on going up on my initial score. My initial score was 85 and I'm going up.
Charlotte.
Yeah, thanks both. Yeah, again, I just looking at this from a technical standpoint, I love the portrait composition that's slightly wider, but still gives you that reach upwards. I love the placement of the plane of where the penguins are. That outlier on the left, just taking the balance away from the central composition I feel really adds to it. Yeah, I just think it's exposed perfectly. It's got the humor element. It's got so many things that you can connect to with this image, even if you haven't been to Antarctica. I've seen a million docos, and I can hear these penguins.
You can smell them.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
Judges, let's rescore. And the score has gone up to 85. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll accept that and we'll move to the next image. Chris. And we have an initial score of 86. Catherine.
Great, thanks, Elon. Yeah, so I gave this 92. I think it's just a highly successful abstract image, and when you do look at it closely, you can work out what it is. It's a part of a building here, and the sort of cut out in the ceiling with the light coming through. But then when you blur your eyes, it just looks like this enormous pour of like liquid milk chocolate or something coming down, and this wonderful flow down with the little highlight that runs through that top piece is sort of adding dimensionality and sort of making it look a lot like liquid. And you come around the corner and those two solid lines that are anchoring it with the hint of the brown from the door or whatever part of the architecture this is. I think it's been very cleverly seen and reduced to a very successful minimalistic abstract form that has a lot of punch and interest. So yeah, I'm glad we're at 86 already, and I think we can do better than that.
Absolutely. Chris.
What did I score? I scored at 79, so getting there. I struggled really well to actually work out what it was until I looked at it a bit closer and try and work that out. I still struggle with the top part of it, but that's just me and my brain of what's actually happening here. I suppose what held me back a little bit, that white line that runs through the top part of it sort of fades in and out. I would have liked to have seen it the same strength or the whole way through. but yeah, very abstract. I did quite enjoy it, and I'm listening.
Catherine.
Yeah, I feel that, it is a little tricky to work out what we are looking at here. Therefore, it is also tricky to start critiquing it and saying we would have liked that white line to stay solid. It may well just not be. It might be yeah. Oh, Kevin's just putting his hand up. Did you want to?
No, I'll wait until you're finished, Catherine.
Okay, sure. Sorry. Yeah, as I say, it's a little bit unknown. So I think that's really splitting hairs. And yeah, over to you, Kevin.
I'm with Catherine. I scored it a 92, and I'd actually like to go higher. The more I look at it, the more I basically fall into it. The door itself, the sweep takes you down. I love the phrase, the chocolate sauce thing coming down. Takes you in as a beautiful curve, and then the straight lines. But if you look to the left and the right, I was looking at the darkness and I'm going, well, it sits in isolation, but it actually doesn't, because if you look just to the right, you'll make out the end of the building, the very, very subtle line down the right-hand side just past the curve. And I looked at it and I thought, oh no, it's a fault because you can see a little white line, but it's not. It's actually the end of the building. And I like the fact that, whether it's deliberate or not, but I like the fact that the photographer has left that there, because it gives it a three-dimensional, it gives it that extra dimension. And then you go to the left and there's a little bit of shadow out to the left, or brightness out to the left in the shadow, that also gives you that dimension. So it's not just about the lines and the straight edge and doorway. It's of those three pieces of the puzzle basically coming together to give it that extra dimension. Yeah, it's almost perfect. I love it.
David.
All right. Well, I can't change my score, so I'm on 92, but I think we've all sufficiently convinced ourselves, so go, guys.
David, would you like to say something?
Yes, I think that the I like all the comments that have been made. They've helped me to understand the image quite a lot. I think that when I follow the line, I find my eye either going from the bottom upwards or coming down. And in both cases, that little squiggle on the right-hand side there adds a hugely to the interest of the image. But going in either direction, I find myself at the edge of the image and wondering whether I'm being led out of the image on the top and the bottom. So I'm not quite there with the highest scores, but I think I'm probably going to go up from where I am at 83.
Charlotte.
I agree with everything everybody said, and thanks for helping me understand it as well. I'm not going to come up into the 90s because it doesn't bring out an emotion for me, and I think the very highest scoring images should make us feel something, and then it might make other people feel something, but that's not happening for me. But I'm still scoring it close. So,
does anyone want to add anything? Okay, so judges, please rescore. Thank you, judges. Good discussion, and we've moved from 86 to 88. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll accept that. And we're going to score the next image, please. And we have an initial score of 67. David, would you like to challenge this image?
Yes, I think that it's a very gentle image. It's almost like it's almost dreamlike, and I find that quite a refreshing image when I think about images that have a lot more contrast. This is much more contemplative to me, and so I responded in that way to the gentleness of the image. It's high key, and I see that all of the elements in the image do contribute. There's nothing in there that doesn't contribute something to the meaning in the image.
What was your score, David?
Okay, my score was 75.
Thanks. Charlotte?
Obviously I'm down at the other end. I scored this a 57 because I like the concept, but for me the technical quality of the image is not there. It's not quite high key for me, it's a bit over, burnt out in several areas, especially on the bottom towards the right. Again, I think there's been some over sharpening here. There's a lot of grain in the image, and just some loss of detail there, and that's taken it down for me.
David, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, Charlotte, I'm listening carefully to what you're saying. This is not a sort of image that I would do myself. And so other people's opinions have a significant impact on the way I think about it, and I'm inclined to think perhaps I was a little over generous.
Judges, let's rescore. And final score is 65. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 74. Kevin?
Mute. I love the simplicity of it, and I actually thought I'd be one of the lower scores. The red is obviously in direct contrast to the simplicity of it, but I would have given it more had it not been for the little marks, and there's little dirty marks over part of the image, but the actual simplicity of it is fantastic. Yeah, I'm allowing for the fact that there's a couple of technical issues, like it might be my screen as well as what I'm thinking, that it's slightly oversaturated in some areas and there's a bit of grain, but I think smoothing those off would make it even more perfect. But the simplicity of it and the reverse, the mirror image of each other is beautiful. I like it. I know it's probably not everyone's cup of tea, but 10 rabbis, 20 opinions. But yeah, see what everyone else thinks.
Thank you, Kevin. Charlotte?
I agree with what you're saying, Kevin, but those are the reasons why I gave it a 57. I can't overlook something like that, I'm afraid. You know, there's I don't want to pick it apart, but there are a few hotspots and oversaturated areas that are turning to pink, and I think it would have been a lot better if the photographer had cleaned the subject first. But I really do like the way the light undulates across the subject, whatever it may be. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Kevin, you have the right of reply.
No, I think I think the comments that Charlotte's just made are fair comments, and they've been going through my head as well. I just felt that the image itself was enough that you know, warts and all, it still looks great and draws me in. But yeah.
Judges, let's rescore. And the scores stay the same. We will move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 70. Chris.
Yeah, so I scored an 80. Actually, I really quite enjoyed this triptych. It's actually a really simple image, but there's actually, for me, I find it quite there's a lot in there. And I like the fact on the left-hand plane, the subject is actually on the right-hand side, and on the right-hand side, the subject's on the left-hand side. You're going from sort of growing up as you work from left to right. You're also going from well, it looks at going through, you know, the age of it's the flowers are fresh and new, and then they're in their full bloom, and then they're sort of past their best. I sort of like the shapes that the stem is sort of also going through that progression. There's a lot in this image for it being very simple.
Thank you, Chris. Catherine.
Yeah, I was at the other end. I scored this 58, and for me, it wasn't really a successful series. I'm not such a fan of that one on the left being squished over to the right and stuff. I feel it looks a little bit crammed, and I don't get that sense of progression through the three. I think partly because we go smaller, then we go bigger, then we actually go smaller again on that top head. I'm a bit distracted by the lack of contrast in the middle one, the way it's fading away at the back there, and then my eye just keeps shooting down to the bottom right to those leaves that are introduced on the third one. And yeah, I think it's a lovely, delicate image, but as a series, it's just not really gelling for me. So.
Thank you, Catherine. Chris, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, I suppose I sort of I can understand that as well. Yeah, I just simply liked it. So.
Okay. Judges, please rescore. And the final score is 69. Thank you. This concludes the minimalistic portion of the competition, Salon, and we will move to Decisive Moment, but I'm just going to show the slideshow, and then we're going to give everyone a short break, 4.5 minutes break to refresh, so we are happy and enjoying ourselves and not too tired. So we'll just have a slideshow of these decisive moments. 4.5 minutes break, everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, we're back on, and we're going to show a few clips from our sponsors. So Canon is one of our biggest sponsors. So we want to thank Canon for their support. We have a printer to one lucky contestant, entrant. We have another quick promo from.
Hi, welcome to the Print Art Studio.
No, we don't want that. We want that later. We want another clip from Canon.
Are you ready for your life to change? Are you ready for what it takes? Make or break creates the chosen. The moment is now, the time is golden. Dedication mixed with focus. No joke when it comes to greatness. It's your moment, you just gotta take it.
That didn't go so well. We'll try to run that again.
Are you ready for your life to change? Are you ready for what it takes? Make or break creates the chosen. The moment is now, the time is golden. Dedication mixed with focus. No joke when it comes to greatness. It's your moment, you just gotta take it.
So thank you, Canon, for your awesome support. We definitely appreciate it, and your generous gift together with photo gear. So I just want to say a few words about photo gear. So I'm a client of photo gear, and you can see their website here. They currently have a promotion. You get a $10 off for every purchase that you make that is above $100. So I'm a regular client of photo gear, and they have amazing service. They ship nationwide. They have great prices. But the main thing is the service. So I go there, I get professional advice. They're very helpful. If I need to return an item, they will take it back. They'll give me credit. Sometimes they are missing an item, and I order it, and they say, okay, it will take 6 weeks or 3 weeks to arrive. And then they message me. Overall, fantastic customer service. So I recommend everyone to check them out. If you want to upgrade, if you want to add more lights, more lenses, different cameras, whatever that is, they stock all the major brands, and highly recommend it. We will get out of here, and we will watch Print Art again, because I think I mucked up the previous session.
Hi, welcome to the Print Art Studio. My name is John, and I'm going to take you around the studio and show you what we do here. So we have a range of printers in the studio, and our color workflow is calibrated, so we use the latest X-Rite color calibration system on our monitors and printers, and our digitizing service. So Print Art, we have a range of papers that we can print on. These range from decor quality art papers through to the best fine art paper, cotton rags. Our service provides packaging in crystal clear sleeves with a backing card. If required, we also provide a framing service. We frame in standard black, white and natural frames. So unfortunately no custom frames, we only do standard metric sizes, that is A4, A3, A2 and A1. We also provide a range of canvas printing options, so canvas printing and stretching. So these are printed and stretched over kiln dried stretcher bars, and most of the sides are gallery wrapped. And to finish off your canvas frame, we can do a beautiful tray frame, which is either natural, black or white. So, for Canberra Club members, we provide a print and mat service. So Karina here has just finished trimming up one of our prints, and she's going to take that through to our matting area, and Nicola is going to take over and mat that for us. So the matting process we use is conservation matting, where the print isn't stuck down to the backing board. It's hinged in such a way that it can be moved and replaced at any time. And it also allows the print to move and breathe within the mat, so it doesn't start crinkling and rippling. So it's basically a piece of tape at the back and a T-tape over the front, and that provides the opportunity to either replace the print or for the print to move around quite freely. Yep, you can just
as well.
So all the mats are secured with double-sided tape using an ATG gun. And that seals the mat securely. Great. Let's hold that up first, piece of paper. There you go. Thank you.
Have a look at the black.
Oh, and yeah, so the matching options are either black or white, and that would be the black option. Perfect. Right, we also provide an art digitizing service at Print Art. So our art digitizing service, we have a custom-made frame for holding the artwork securely. We use a Salon P2 camera and a Betterlight scan back for digitizing artwork. That provides us with a true 48-bit RGB image file of high resolution and high color fidelity for producing artwork. Artworks are stored securely in our studio. Right, so our range of printers, we have Canon, Epson, and the latest Canon P4000. Yep, so that's Print Art. So you're welcome to pop in anytime and come in and have a look around and meet the team.
Who do you want to judge here then? Do you want me back on or someone else? Okay.
So judging with us today are Elizabeth, Catherine, Chris, David, and Kevin. We have an initial score of 73. Catherine.
Cool. Right, that initial score surprises me, I have to admit. I gave this 88. This captures the essence of this event in a single frame so well. I find this an extremely powerful image. It's so raw and immediate and messy in the sense of the moment, not in the sense of the photography. The photographers just captured the chaos of it, the energy of the burst of this crazy machine. You can just about hear the noise in your ears. And then also the fantastic expression, the driver is clear amongst the chaos, and the determination, really hanging on there. The proximity of that spinning front wheel to the pole, and all the mud flinging off there. The only reason I didn't take this into the 90s was that I think it's a little overexposed. But I just think this has massive impact and, as I say, really fits the category well. So I'm very impressed. Would like to talk about this.
Kevin.
I'm exactly the opposite. I think this has been played around with in Photoshop. The original image is fine, and I can understand the sharpness because it's been captured at a high speed. But if you look at the outside wheels compared to the inside wheels, you see what I'm meaning. There's the outside wheels have a really high spin, but it's like someone's done a spiral effect. If you look at the rear, the left rear one, the center of the wheel is still sharp, and it shouldn't be. It should be spinning at the same as the tire. If you look at the front right-hand wheel, the one that's furthest away from us, that's the same. The other thing that shows up is that the light refracting under the front of the vehicle is completely on a completely different ratio to the spin of the wheels. Yeah, I no doubt that the original image was fine, but this is why I give it a 58. It's not even been done particularly well, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Kevin. Elizabeth, would you like to talk about the image? You don't have to, but you can.
I would actually just concur with what Catherine said, to be honest. Because we scored it the same, and she summed it up the same as I would.
Okay. So, Catherine, you have the right of reply.
Interesting discussion. Thank you so much for that. I do see what you're saying about the centre of the wheels, and I can't actually see how that could have, you could have got the effect without, that you mentioned it creating that spin in Photoshop. I was totally sucked in by it, and I still do. Yeah, that has affected my assessment of the image, I do admit. Shame for the photographer. Yeah, it's a tricky to know what to say now, because I really was rewarding the actual moment captured, and now that's. I still find it a very successful image. Good discussion, thank you. I'll take that on board. I can't change my score anyway, but I don't know that
you
I
actually can, Catherine. You cannot bring it up, but you
I
can
see.
bring
Okay.
it down. I don't want to bring the photo down,
Yeah.
but when you're at the
Yeah.
top, and so does Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Kevin cannot bring it down.
Yeah.
Because he's
Yeah.
the lowest. So anyway, after this readjustment, we will just simply rescore.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I don't have any more to add.
We're waiting for you, David. Yes,
I have entered it.
that's great. And we now have 71 as the final score. We'll accept that. And we're going to look at the next image. And we have an initial score of 79. Kevin.
I can't believe the score is so low, to be honest. As action shots go and decisive moments go, this is fantastic. I think the fact that they've taken an angle that is completely alien to what most horse show jumping photographers do. It's pin sharp, it's wide open, everything's in contrast the way it should be. It's definitive action. The horse is focused. Everything as a sports photographer, this is perfect. I'd be proud to have this image. It's fantastic. It's simple as well. There's nothing added to it that doesn't need to be added to it. It's still got the little faults as well. You've got the wire running across the top of the stones. Yeah, the photographer has shown an understanding of the hunt, because this is a cross country. It's not a normal show jumping thing. So they understand it. I think it works really, really well.
What was your score, Kevin?
94.
Chris.
I was probably a little harsh, and that might be an understatement. I was at 68, and look, I get it, the unusual position, unusual point of view. I suppose that's what was I was fighting with in my brain. I'm not sure, like, I don't know how to say this, but looking up the rider was the best angle or the best view. But look, I hear what you're saying. I'm listening, and I think I have been a bit harsh.
Yeah, it's different. That's the point of it. That we see.
Kevin.
Oh, sorry.
Kevin, you'll have the right of reply.
I apologize. Sorry.
I know where you live. Catherine.
I don't have too much to add. I gave this 78, and I'm listening. I think I can comfortably come into the 80s. I do think it's great. It's very simple, high impact. You know, when it first rolled around, you go, wow. I do like the fact that she's not quite connected with the horse there as well. She looks, she's about to crash down. You know, it's got the real sense of energy. Great shot, great composition.
Thank you, Catherine. David.
I'm not sure that I have anything to add to it. I really enjoyed the image,
Good.
and I think that all of the comments that have been made so far, I completely concur with, about the timing and the beautiful tonal qualities of the image, and that moment where she is, that the rider is in midair. I think is the decisive moment. I thought at first that maybe the decisive moment would have been with the horse just clearing the stones, but now I see the decisive moment is the rider in midair there. So yeah, I'm comfortable with my score of 82, and I might be tempted to go up a little bit.
Elizabeth, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would add is I think I would have preferred the decisive moment to be slightly earlier, or be able to see more of the hind legs of the horse. I do like the monochrome treatment and the tonal range and the contrast. But other than that, everyone else has covered basically everything.
Awesome. Kevin, you have the right of reply.
No, I think everyone's covered everything.
Awesome.
The decisive moment is definitely when the everyone is airborne. Yeah.
Judges, let's rescore. Good discussion, and the score has moved from 79 to 84, and we'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer, and we have the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 75, and we'll accept it. Catherine, would you like to say a few words to the photographer? No? How about Elizabeth? Would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice capture of a tui, and the colours are very rich. It's certainly one that I wouldn't mind in my collection.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll accept that. And the next image, please. And we have an initial score of 76. David, would you like to challenge this?
Yes, I think that the fact that the dog is exactly halfway through the gate there, and has this wild-eyed, determined expression on its face, with the hair blowing across its face, and the ears flapping in the breeze. It's caught at a and it's off the ground. All 4 feet are off the ground. It is a decisive moment photograph for me. What stops me from taking it higher than I have, and I think I've scored at 86. I think what stops me from going higher is this large black area on the top left-hand part of the image. But I think it's the very essence of a decisive moment image.
Thank you. Catherine.
Yeah, I agree. Great shot. I gave this 68, so high acceptance, and I think I can comfortably come into highly commended. Obviously, there would have been a lot of little decisive moments, but it's coming through the last gate, and the fact that all the 4 paws are airborne does mean, to me, that the photographer has really captured that last little moment there. It almost seems to be looking at the camera with sort of, yes, frantic kind of, so this dog is really into it. The reason why I was in the high 60s was those black legs, but gosh, in an event like this, it's so hard to control the background. You've got all the spectators, and really that person is just too far over to even do a square crop probably, which is a shame. But yeah, happy to come into the highly commended. Well done to the photographer.
David, you have the right of reply.
I think that Catherine's added some useful commentary there, and I don't have anything else to add to it.
Awesome. So let's rescore, please. And the image has scored now 77. We'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 76. Would you like to challenge this, Elizabeth?
I have to
You don't
confess,
have to. You don't have
I'm
to.
not a football person, so I don't know much
Yeah.
about it. But it does look like he's completely airborne. Whether this is the actual decisive moment of this game or not, I don't know. But yeah, it's been well captured. Someone else may offer more constructive comments than me.
I think we will accept this score if no one else has to offer anything. We will accept that score and just move forward with the next image.
Elan, I'm just having some issues. I'm going to send you a message.
Same, Elan. It's probably the same issue.
Okay, so just hold, and we will try to get this sorted. So all judges, maybe refresh your screens and see if you can score this image.
I can't, sorry.
Okay, so
I had to go back out
that's okay.
and back
That's
in.
okay, Kevin. That's okay, Kevin. It's bigger than that. We'll have to go somewhere here. So try to log back in, please. Okay, we're all logged in, and I'll just see if I can get back to the image that was at hand, and hopefully it will refresh on this machine as well. And so Kevin has entered his score. Let's see if others can enter their scores.
I'm seeing the first image, you know.
Yeah, so
I'm
was
seeing
I.
one
So
of
was
12.
I. If you refresh your screen, it does update though.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Elizabeth, we are waiting for your score. Maybe refresh your screen. Yes, and we have an initial score of 74. Elizabeth, you can challenge it. You don't have to. Do you want to challenge this?
Yeah, I felt this was very well caught. It's been technically well handled, and it captures the decisive moment. And I like the fact that the dust obscures the background to the point where it's not so distracting.
What was your score, Elizabeth?
84.
Thank you. Chris?
So was at the other end, not too far away though, 72. So I had it in a highly commended. Um, yeah, I mean, these are tricky with decisive moments of what is actually the decisive moment. I took it this way. He sort of has landed, but his hand's just about to come down. For me, the hand is the sharpest part of the object or the whole picture. And yeah, that was just, but I'd liked it to have been on either one of the faces. So yeah, that's why I was in highly commended.
Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
There's nothing further I wish to add, thank you.
Okay, so judges, just rescore, please. Thank you, and the score stays the same. We will move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 84. Catherine.
Great. Yeah, so I gave this 98. I feel this is a really great decisive moment shot. That expression is just fantastic, and the way that he is still connected to the horse, not for very long, and you've got the grip on both of the horns there. This tells the story so well. It's beautifully composed. You've got the spray of all the dirt there and everything, and then you've got the people watching in the background, nobody of whom is actually chopped off either. And, you know, they include the scorecard and the commentator talking away. So everything in the background here is adding to the story, which has just been so well caught at the front. Really, really strong image. I think we need to bring this one up. Let's talk about it.
Thank you, Catherine. Chris.
I have to stop being at the bottom end. I scored at 78. Yeah, I think I've probably been a bit harsh on it. I do actually like the fact that it's that connection between all three is still there, and I suppose it's a split second between when it's going to. I suppose that connection is going to break. Yeah, I'm listening. I actually hadn't seen. Well, I'd seen the people in the background, but I hadn't actually seen the fact that it was a scorer and a commentator, and whatever the person on the horse is probably a safety person or something like that. So I hadn't seen those. So thank you for bringing those to my attention. I'm listening, and definitely will be coming up.
David.
Yeah, I listened very carefully to what Catherine said particularly about the people in the background. I hadn't noticed them either, and this is. I'm definitely going to go up from 80.
Thank you, David. Kevin.
I do like the image. I will bring it up. I suffer from the fact that I did rodeo for 12 years down here, and for me this is a standard stock image that you should be able to get. But I'm speaking as a professional photographer. If it's, I do like it. I like the motion. I like the fact that you've got the facial expression. I like the fact that there's actually movement in his right foot as he's coming off the horse as well. The riders in the back, the rider in the background, and the stadium staff, they don't detract from it. They add to it. So yeah, I'll bring it up, and I think maybe, yeah, we'll bring it up.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, I would just say if that was my image, I'd absolutely love it. So congratulations to the photographer on a great shot.
What was your score, Elizabeth?
I'll have a look. It was 86, but I think it'll be coming up.
Catherine, bring it home, please.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. I would just like to point out that we actually haven't identified a single negative about this shot. And I'm a professional photographer. If I had taken this photo, I'd be dead proud of myself. It's really, really great, and really we need to reward that.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. Thank you, judges. Good talking. We moved from 84 to 92. Congratulations to the photographer, and clapping in the background. Ah! And we move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 80. Elizabeth, would you like to challenge?
Oh, I think this is a very good decisive moment, well captured, nice and sharp. Yeah, it just shows the way it is with the ocean.
What was your score, Elizabeth?
Hang on, I'll go back and have a look. It was 90.
Catherine?
So I gave this 73, so I put it into the highly commended range as opposed to just acceptance. Great moment, you know, they are being shoved right into the surf. I guess the reason I wasn't going higher, I think technically it's quite grainy. I mean, it's very well done. I guess there's not any particular person there that stands out as like really getting particularly flung out of the boat. The boat's tipping up, and so it's a great moment, but it's maybe not the, yeah, I don't know, it just needs that little extra something for me, but I'd like to hear what other people think. It's a very good shot, and so yeah, highly commended, but maybe a bit more reason to come up higher.
Does anyone else want to talk about the image? Elizabeth, you have the right of reply.
Oh, I think we've covered it all, so I have no further comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's rescore. And the score stays the same, and we'll accept that. We're moving to the next image. We have an initial score of 81. Kevin?
I just think it's a fantastic capture of the dog in action. It's pin sharp. It's the background's disappeared completely, and I think they've obviously used a very low f-stop on it, or they're very close, because the tail of the dog is not in focus. But I think for me that adds to it. The dog's intent on the ball. Yeah, I just think it's a really good action image.
Thank you. What was your score?
90.
Elizabeth?
91, sorry.
Elizabeth, would you like to comment?
Yeah, it is a well caught moment. I like the richness of the colours with the goldy tones in the face and the contrasting with the black, and the blue ball for an added touch of colour that's outside of the rest of the colour palette. It is a moment well caught.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What was your score?
71.
Chris?
What did I score it? So I scored it 80, up into the honours. Look, I think I agree with what others have said. What else adds it to the image for me is that you've actually got sort of the balance outside of the dog of the sand, which must be the last paw print flicking up, and you've also got the water connecting to the ball on either side. So you've like, when I first looked at the image, I said, what is the decisive moment here? Was it when the dog was just about to get it or not? But now you've got, with that connection with the ball and the sand flicking up, it's sort of all working together. So that's why I put it into the 80s.
Thank you, Chris. Catherine?
Yeah, just quickly, I gave this 76, and I wanted to say I'm coming up into the 80s. Another thing that hasn't been talked about here is this just made me laugh, and I think it's partly, obviously, that dog's so intent, but it's also really kind of awkward in a really gorgeous way. I mean, you've got that one paw down, but the back legs coming forward like that is just kind of gorgeously awkward too, and it doesn't care because it's so into this moment. So yeah, I had an emotional response to the image, and I'm going to reward that by coming up a few points.
David?
Yeah, I think one of the things that added to the humour of the image or the story is the fact that the ball is at that moment where it has just bounced and is still distorted. It hasn't yet returned to its spherical shape, and so that added some humour to the story for me.
What was your score, David?
91.
Thank you. So, Kevin, you have the right of reply if you wish to take it.
Other than to say that I think Catherine hit the nail on the head, that it's not just about the fact that it's a pin sharp image and everything works. It's the fact that it evokes an emotional response. Yeah, I think it's such a good image, really well captured.
Awesome. Judges, please rescore. David? Yes, and good talking. It went from 81 to 87. Well done to the photographer, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have a score of 79. Elizabeth, would you like to challenge?
Oh, I gave this an 85. I thought that the moment was well caught with the looks like the riders just hit the dirt. The ball, whatever it is, appears to be completely airborne, and with all that dust and is that the cowboy or whatever he's called, trying to distract the bull from the rider, it just is, sort of completes the scene.
Thank you,
And it's
Elizabeth.
nice and sharp.
Chris.
What did I score it? So I scored it 72, so into the highly commended. I suppose I was actually struggling with what is the decisive moment. There's so many different, I suppose, decisive moments in these types of action shots. So, but that's me internally. I'm not sure whether the bull is fully airborne or not. You can't see the sort of hidden in the background there. The people in the background, I mean, they're out of, you can't really see them, but they're all cut off. But yeah, I'm listening and open.
Does anyone else wants to have a chat, or should we give the right of reply to Elizabeth? Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I think we've covered it all. It doesn't worry me about the people in the background. I think the fact that they're not that noticeable draws your attention back to the action.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's rescore. And the final score is 78, and we'll accept that. And we'll have the next image. And we have an initial score of 77. Kevin, would you like to challenge this image? You are on mute, Kevin. You are on mute.
It's such an unusual image. We see thousands and thousands of bird shots all the time, but this is such a different angle, and I love the fact that you've got all the little insects and everything else, and you've got the three birds and the play against each other. They're all in different angles, and yeah, I think it works. It's sharp. I've just clicked on it. It's sharp enough without being over sharp. Yeah, it's just been well captured, and I think it should at least be in the low honours.
What was your score, Kevin?
84.
Thank you. Chris?
What did I score this? 72. So highly commended. I suppose I struggle with this of going, and whether I should or not, it's a different story, but I struggle with it. Is it a composite or not? No. You would find it very rare to be able to capture this in one shot. If it has, that's friggin' amazing. Maybe less is more on this, because I'm struggling between, which one of the three of these birds do I focus on and do I look at? The center one is quite an unusual positioning. Not sure if the head of that one is sharp either, or if that's sharp at all. So yeah, but yeah, I'm listening.
Kevin, you have the right of reply.
I would suggest it's not a composite. When you zoom in on it, they are pretty sharp. You can see the small hairs and feathers on the in and around the beaks. If it is a composite, it's a damn good one. No, I think it's just they're all in that plane of focus as he's looking up, and he's caught one, and those three are there. All, I mean, I'm sure there would be hundreds of thousands of these little buggers flying around when he's taken the shot. He just managed to capture them, these three. I think it's very well done.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's rescore. Thank you, judges, and the score has changed from 77 to 80. Good talking, and we'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and the initial score is 80. Catherine.
I obviously need to get myself to a few more rodeos, don't I? So I gave this 92. Yeah. It's so clean and well composed, and just again the energy. You know, somebody made the point earlier that I think it was Chris. There are a lot of decisive moments in these events, and I'm sure there are. But like the last one I fought for, I think this has really captured such a decisive moment. You know, just this great flurry of activity, the horse's outstretched face there, the guy leaning back, the hand up, the tail up, the feet up, the back legs kicking out the side. It's just this little explosion of energy and chaos going on in the center there. And then so cleanly encapsulated, where the dust has obviously simplified a lot of the background there. Again, you've got the people watching, which are adding to the story. The color palette's great. Yeah, the energy, that expression in the guy, but also in the horse, you know, with the mouth open. They're both right in this moment, and it's, I think, an example of a very professionally done, clean photo. You know, beyond your regular rodeo shot. So yeah, I want to see this rewarded. 92.
Thank you, Catherine. Kevin.
There's no denying that it's a decisive moment, but technically it just doesn't do it for me. There's no reason why everything in the image shouldn't be pin sharp. It's a beautiful bright day. The rider is sharp, but the horse's head isn't. There's a wee bit too much movement in the horse's head for me. The one thing that gets me though is if you're going to bring out the detail in the horse in Photoshop, then you need to do it correctly. And if you look down at the hooves, you can see the halo around the hooves where this has been done and it hasn't been taken out properly. I think the dust is also a little bit over sharp. So yeah, that's why I give it a 73. It's not that it's not a decisive moment, it's just not been done well.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah, I was down there with Kevin on 74 for basically those same reasons. The halo on the foot, especially the right hand one as we're looking at it. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the head and the horse just being a fraction sharper. I do actually quite like it, the image as well. You know, you've got the similarities of the rider and the horse with both their mouths open, the hand up, the tail up. So there's a lot going for it, but it's just those technicalities that brought it right down for me.
David, do you have something to add?
No, I've listened very carefully to what people have said, and I hadn't seen some of the technical problems, but I think it has. I'm suffering a little bit from overload of rodeo shots, and I'm having some difficulty in separating my views of this one from my views of the others. I think
That's okay.
I really
It's
like
okay.
the separation of foreground and background. You know, that detail against quite a subdued background makes it pop. But I understand the technical problems with it.
Elizabeth, do you have something to add?
I think everything's been covered, but from a personal note, if I'd been to a rodeo and taken this image, I'd be ecstatic.
Catherine, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, so I did notice that the horse had a bit of motion blur in the face, and to be honest, I decided that didn't bother me in the slightest. I have all the information that I need there in that expression, and he's sharp and really not an issue for me. Hadn't noticed the haloing around the hooves. I do grant you that, but really, it's so little. I hadn't noticed it. How much of an issue really is that? How many points we're going to take off for that? What a fantastic photo. If you can't come into the 90s with me, I at least encourage you into the high 80s. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. Thank you, and the final score is 84. Good talking, Catherine. We'll accept that, and this was the end of the decisive moment. The next category is architecture, and we will say thank you to David and to Elizabeth, and we'll get Jace and Charlotte back, and we will have a 3-minute break, and we will have a slideshow of this category. Whoa. Okay, so we will ask Jace and Charlotte to log in. So this is slightly tricky. Jace, we need you to log in and,
Oh, I thought I had.
well, I thought so too, but it bumped you out. And Chris, you need
Stand
to
by.
log in as well.
Am I in? Am I there?
Yes. So we should see the first image, and I will read the category before we score. So this is the architecture category. Architecture focuses on buildings and man-made structures. It can include building exteriors, interiors, as well as bridges and other structures. It's important that the architecture does not become just a background. It may include people and animals, but they must not be the subject of the composition. It must not be possible to construe your entry as a portrait. Wow. So a lot of must not, and we should have an image showing on the screen. And we do. So judges, please enter your scores. And we have an initial score of 70. Chris, would you like to challenge this?
We can at least talk about it. So look, I scored at 80. I really liked several things about this image. So the progression from lightness to darkness, the lines, the shapes, the simplicity about it. So there was a lot to like about it for me, and that's why I put it just into the honours range.
Okay. Charlotte.
Yeah, I agree with what Chris said. Those are all things I like about it, but I gave it a solid acceptance at a 60. I'm just not quite sure what it's wanting to be, particularly in this category, but I can see that the photographer's manipulation has created some interesting shapes and features in there.
Would anyone else want to talk? Jace.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I muted?
You're good now.
Hi. I think the sort of exploration of textures and shapes and lines is interesting and nice, but I struggled to understand why they have been implied in the way they have, and so I was trying to find a narrative or something that gave it a greater reason, more than beyond just a technique, and I didn't find one. I sort of pondered maybe a surveillance state or the ubiquity of surveillance or something for the repetition, but it just doesn't, it's not strong communication there, and that's what I'd want to get into honours range, but I gave it 71, a highly commended for the exploration of the technique and the shapes and lines and textures.
Chris, you have the right of reply.
Yep. Yeah. What's it trying to be? It's a building, I suppose. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I just like the shapes and the patterns, the lines. Maybe it's, the repetition is of people, the buildings and things like that are watching us. There could be something in there. It may not be honours, but let's make sure it's a good, highly commended.
Thanks, Chris. Judges, let's rescore. And the score's gone up. The final score is 72. Thanks for the debate. And we'll accept that. We'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And the initial score is 75. Kevin.
Again, I thought it'd be one of the lower scores. I enjoy the fact that the photographer has gone to great lengths to produce this image, and there's so much going on within it. Yeah, it's such a wonderful composite. That's about all I would say to it. And I think the amount of work involved in the fact that the technical side of it is well nigh perfect deserves at least a low honours. So have at it, guys.
What was your score, Kevin?
84.
Catherine.
Okay, I gave this 66, so high acceptance. My initial reaction to it is it's a very technique-driven image. I do appreciate the amount of detail in there, but it doesn't feel like a particularly, you're talking about the work that's put into it. It just seems to me that it's flipped one way and then flipped the other way. The longer I look at it, though, I'm sort of getting a bit of is it called a TIE fighter from Star Wars? Is that the one with the
Yep.
on the end? So I'm kind of enjoying that, maybe there's a bit of a reference there. So maybe it's a bit more than the technique. So I am listening, but I guess, yeah, that's where I'm at the moment.
Jace.
Yeah, I think it's almost a shame that I've looked at this for so long, because I'm going down on it. When you say it's technically perfect, I wonder if we're looking at the same image, because the masking around the edges, particularly the top edges of the building, is it's pretty sloppy. There's a lot of feathering where there should be hard edges. There's bits of building missing that have been sort of trimmed off, and there's bits of sky showing through that shouldn't be there. And yet, despite having already noticed some of those technical issues, I was excited about it as a kind of a story about the kaleidoscopic, overwhelming nature of inner city living and oppressive architecture or something. I think it's really fun. It's busy. It's dense. It's like it's a cool concept about the density of central city life and the intensity of it. But yeah, that the technicality around that top edge in particular, and the masking just splits it down. So that put me, it had me in the mid 70s. I think I was 77, but I couldn't go into honours because of that.
You have the right of reply, Kevin.
No, I've looked at it in more detail, and Jace is correct. There's a couple of areas where it isn't quite up to the standard that I thought it was.
Let's rescore. Thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
And the final score is 74. We'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 67. Catherine, would you like to challenge this image?
Actually, I wouldn't, because I'm seeing things that I'm issues that in it that
Okay.
I missed the first time. So.
In that case, Chris, would you like to challenge this? You don't have to. Okay, we'll accept this score. Yeah, I don't think we'll talk about this because I clicked the wrong button. And let's score the next image, please.
Can I just give a tiny bit of feedback, Elan, to
Yes.
the photographer? Yeah, just want to say great initial impact, great color palette. Then there's just some blurry bits and bits that don't make sense when you get in there with the post-processing, I think is letting this down. But yeah, cool concept.
Thank you.
Did they get a score?
Yes, they did get a score. And I'm afraid to go back because we have issues with that. So,
It was 67, I think.
yeah. Thank you, Jace. Catherine, we're waiting for your score to come through.
So sorry, Elan, I was waiting for you. I'm still seeing the same image. I didn't realize.
I was too. I just got kicked out of the session. I'm just trying to get back in now.
Okay.
Okay,
we may
I'm
need
just,
to-
I've got it now.
That's not a good sign. Murphy's breathing into my neck. Okay, so I hope these are the scores. And we have an initial score of 80, and we will accept that. Do you want to say a few words to the photographer, Jace?
I'm sorry, I was a chicken photographer. I wish we could talk about this and challenge it, because the more I've looked at it, well, after I scored it, I think I was a bit mean. But it's cool. Technically,
Sorry, can I just interrupt here, guys? I'm really sorry, but Elan, this is one of these issues that we just had where it just took a score from my last one and chucked it in there, and I hadn't actually inputted anything.
Okay.
So can we
So
please rescore?
I will, those of you who didn't have an issue, just enter the score that you entered before, and Catherine can change her score. Jace, you cannot bring your score higher.
that was the same score that I put in before.
Okay, so we have a score of 83, and we will accept that. do you want to talk about the image, Jace?
Yeah, yeah. I just think it's a really interesting urban image. There's so much in such a simple composition. All the reflections, and then the little detail that I didn't see initially, but was very cool, is the feet in the bottom left. That's fantastic. Just a really lovely vignette of urban life.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
I'm sure the photographer will appreciate that and will accept that. And hopefully we can all score this new image. And we have an initial score of 81. Kevin.
First off, I love the colours and I love the juxtaposition and again, it's talking about strong diagonals. I love the lines. It looks on the initial impression is that some of the verticals aren't vertical. I love the whole complexity of it. Well, it's actually complex and it's very, very simple. It's good architecture and it's a great image. I think the photographer's framed it perfectly as well. He's even gone as far as to the top right hand corner to align that glass panel right up perfectly with the roof, so there's an end point to all those lines. Yeah, it just works for me. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Kevin. Chris.
You're on mute, Chris.
That helps. So I scored it a 74, so into the highly commended. I did struggle with the vertical lines to start with, and then realised that it was the building as well. I suppose I was just looking for, something else, something more. You've got some nice lines, some shapes, some colours going on. Yeah, I suppose it's a good part or part of a building that's been, or architecture that's been captured nicely. And that's why I put it into highly commended.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to talk about the image?
Yeah, just say quickly, I put this into the 80s. I gave it an 81. I think this is a really great, simple graphic capture of quite a playful kind of building, and I think the photographers really caught that and probably conveyed. The architect would be very happy with this as well. It's that whole playfulness, but the simplicity as well. I just think it's a really successful, interesting shot, so I'm happy with it in the 80s.
Kevin, you have the right of reply.
No, I think the comments that everyone's making are valid. Catherine's right. It is a very playful image. I think from an architectural point of view, it's bang on. It does the job it's supposed to do, and I think it goes over and above that with the colours and the contrast and the way the diagonals work. But yeah, I like it.
Awesome. Judges, let's rescore. Thank you. And the final score is 83. Good talking. And we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 75. Kevin, would you like to challenge this? You are muted.
No, not really a challenge. The only comment I would make was that I would have scored it higher if the staircase wasn't in. I think the little box in the corner that leads into the building itself, if that was the only thing that you could see other than the curves and the panels, it would be a lot stronger. But no, I still enjoy the image. But yeah, not a challenge as such. I'd be interested to hear what other people think of it.
Well, we're not going to listen to other people if there's no challenge, Kevin.
Okay. All right.
Charlotte, are you challenging this image? No. So we'll accept that. Thank you for your comments, Kevin. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score.
I was just checking you had my score. I couldn't quite tell it.
Yes, we have an initial score of 71, and we will accept that. Would you like to talk about the image, Charlotte?
I think it's a really lovely example of if I knew the name of the specific kind of architecture, I would insert it here. I love the arches and the shapes and the lovely soft light coming in. I wish that the detail was a little bit sharper.
Thank you, Charlotte. We'll accept that.
And crop the left and right edges, please.
And we'll move to the next image. Medieval, maybe Gothic, who knows?
Really hoping I would have got the option to say buttresses at some point, but
buttresses.
It's not happening.
No, I will let you say it in this image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 81. And we will accept it. Jace, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, I think congratulations on a lovely minimalistic architectural detail. The planes and the lines and things are lovely. I think there's something about the construction and potentially tonality which just holds it back from achieving its full potential. And I'm struggling to put my finger on it when I was looking at it. But just a bit of precision, you know, the very left-hand edge, that point's just cut off. And the point of the shadow doesn't quite meet the corner of the frame. This is all about precision, and so work on that precision and you'll get an even better result. Congratulations on a nice image though.
Thank you for this constructive feedback, Jace. And we'll move on to the next image. Thank you, judges. And the initial score is 77. Catherine.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to challenge this. So I gave it an 88. I thought this image had a really strong graphic impact, and it sort of draws you in and spins you around at the same time. And yeah, I'd just like to hear what other people think of it. For me, I just kind of went, wow, that's cool. So yeah, really quite strong. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, please.
Charlotte.
Where was I? I was at 65, and I agree with you, Catherine. And I love the shape and forms in here. The depth to it is fantastic, but I'm at 65 because I wish it had been captured and processed better. Attention to detail could have been better. I also really, really hate the border. I would love to have seen the photographer get in there and clean up all the marks, or at least some of them. And that big obvious discrepancy in the paint, center, top. Yeah.
You have the right of reply, Catherine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to give you that, Charlotte. When it is all about the cleanness of the lines and stuff, that attention to detail is distracting. I think you don't need to zoom in to see the patchiness on the blades at the top center there. You do, when you zoom in, you see all the specks as well, and it is a shame the photographer hasn't cleaned that up. In some ways, though, maybe they are reflecting reality. This is how a building ages, so that might have strengthened it. But it's still a very strong image for me, and yeah, I do congratulate the photographer on the strong composition of the image. Well seen.
Judges, please rescore. And the score stays the same, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. And we have an initial score of 84. Charlotte.
Yeah, I really, really enjoy looking at this image. Initially, you think, oh, well, that's not quite straight up there, but the more you look at it, the more you realize that it is, and it's just a perspective thing, from my point of view anyway. For me, this is like little snapshots into different people's lives, and each one's an individual picture, and they're all telling a different story. And in the top left, you've obviously got the person sitting. There's heaps of stuff all over the place, people drying their things on the chairs. You think, where the hell are they? You've got suitcases down in one of the bottom ones, and it's just one of those pictures that you want to keep looking at and discovering more from it. I love the light that's I think it's reflecting or passing through the glass on the balconies. I love that it's in color. It would have been easy to put this in black and white, but I think color makes it better because you can pick out all the individual different colors of people's bits and bobs on the back of the chairs, and yeah, it's just done really well, and it's a really nice quality image when you zoom in there as well.
Thank you, Charlotte. Kevin.
Listening to Charlotte, I'm changing my mind a little, but my original impression was that it was too busy. I originally liked it, the fact that there was only the one lady, and then I saw the red towel, and then my eye started to bounce around from room to room, which I didn't really enjoy. I kind of lost the symmetry of the building because of that. But I understand what Charlotte's saying about the fact that every room is a different story. But is it about the story or the building? And if it's about the building, then it loses its symmetry and its simplicity because of those colors and the messiness of those rooms. That's for me anyway. So
Thanks, Kevin. Catherine, would you like to add something?
No, I think
Okay. Jace.
Yeah, I think the beauty of this image is that it works at those two scales. We've got the overall look. I almost want to step back from my computer and look at it with my eyes blurred and look at this kind of like shape and pattern and tonality and line, and all the dark triangles kind of jump out, and then I walk in, and maybe it's 3 layers even. Like it's a very abstract at that level, and then at the level of it is a representation of a building, and that kind of the form of the building, all of the different planes and angles and lines are there, and very ordered and structured. But just then the subtle differences, both in the content, what's on each little balcony, but also just the subtle changes in angle and perspective from below and from above, a little glimpse down into the lower balconies and a little glimpse up at the bottom of the upper balconies. And then obviously exactly what's been mentioned about the little details about people's lives and people who inhabit the building. It's the layers at which it operates are what's really satisfying to me. And I think I gave it 92, and I think it's super strong. It definitely is right at the top end for me.
Does anyone else want to talk, or should we give Charlotte the right of reply? Charlotte, go ahead.
Well, I'm really happy with what everybody said. Thanks, Kevin, for reminding me that we're in the architecture category, because I kind of forgot when I was looking at this. But thanks again, Jace, for bringing it back to talking about the overall, and you're absolutely right. And I think, I don't know if I gave my score, I'm up at 93, so I think it deserves to be awarded. Yep.
Thank you, Charlotte. Judges, please rescore. Well talking, great talking, and the final score has gone from 84 to 90. Well done to the photographer, and clapping, clapping. Okay, we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 77. Kevin, would you like to have a go at this?
Yeah, I love this image. I love the fact that it's the building is so striking, and I think the angle that the photographer has taken is so dramatic. I think the whole idea of the building is that it brings the wilderness inside, and you feel as if you're part of the outdoors. And I think the reflections on the building do that justice. The Yeah, there's a bit of dark toning in the sky to make it a bit more dramatic, which brings the score down a little bit possibly, but um, yeah, it works for me. Again, I ignore a couple of the technical bits because it is such a striking, dramatic image, and it works.
Thanks, Kevin. Charlotte.
I scored this as 68 because I agree with everything Kevin just said, but I feel that it has been over-processed and that brought it down for me, unfortunately.
Is there anyone else who wants to comment on this? Maybe Chris.
I'll just say, I'll say a couple of things here. What did I score? I think I scored at 80. Yeah, I did. I scored at 80. Hey, I just like, first of all, it's about the, I suppose it's the lines and the angles and that big triangle. But then as my eye runs down the windows on the left-hand side, I get a view inside the building. And then when I run down the right-hand side, I get a view outside the building. So you sort of get to see in the house and then what the people in the house are seeing out as well. So I quite like that. Yeah.
Cool. Kevin, you have the right of reply.
I think all of the opinions are valid, and it is a personal preference thing. I think Chris's comments about the fact that it does the job that it's supposed to do. It gives you the view through, and you see the whole vision of what the skylight cabin is supposed to do, and it's supposed to embolden you to join in with nature, so that you're one with it. I think the image works. I think it works very well.
Judges, please rescore. We're talking, and the score has gone to 79. Well done to the photographer, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next category because we've just finished with architecture. And we will have a 3.5 minute break. I will just choose another category for us to work with. And the next category is going to be Scapes. And we will just show a slideshow of this category, and we will have a 3.5 minute break. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back shortly. And we're back online. We will wait for Chris has gone back online. Charlotte, we're waiting for you. We are. And I'll just read the category definitions. And we are now in the Scapes category. Any of the scapes, landscape, seascape, cityscape, etc. You may emphasize some aspect of your scape, but it is important that the scape does not become just a background. Okay, we've had some of that repetition from architecture, and that's okay. And we have the first image in front of us. Judges, please enter your scores.
I think I just got kicked out.
Yeah, so if you could log back in. We're back in business. Kevin, maybe you can refresh your screen so your score will come all the way through. Yes. And we have an initial score of 68. Would you like to challenge this score, Kevin?
No, I'm fine. I was kind of in twixt and tween, so I'm fine with the score as it is.
Okay. Would you like to challenge this score, Chris? No. Okay, we'll accept that and we'll move forward. And the next image you show on the screen. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 77. Charlotte.
Honestly, didn't think I would have the highest score. I scored at 90, because I'm just blown away by this image. Absolutely. Can you imagine having been that person taking this picture, standing there and seeing this? What an epic view. And I think it's been captured really nicely. The depth of field is incredible. And you've got that just fantastic mist rising up from below. The detail, I can't fault it technically. That's just another one of those images that's just epic to me. And I'm interested to hear why I'm the highest scorer.
Catherine.
Oh, I'm feeling so mean now. I gave this 65. I think that's a high acceptance. I think it is a beautiful image. I love that little kiss of light from the pinks coming through and then the yellow sky. I guess we have a beautiful landscape, and I've seen a lot of beautiful landscapes like this, and I didn't necessarily feel that the photographer was standing there. I thought this could have been taken out of a plane. It's the kind of thing that we are very fortunate to see in New Zealand, and I think it's been taken very well, and it's a high acceptance for me, but it's not a standout image. And I also do find myself quite distracted by the rock at the lower right there. Keeps leading me to the edge of the frame. Yeah, great image. I'm just not quite with you on it.
Jace.
Yeah, I got 87. So I was up there with you, Charlotte. In that general vicinity. I didn't go into the 90s, and I considered it, and there are some flaws in the sort of treatment, I think, that held me back, and a bit of muddiness in the shadows, a little bit of maybe, it's definitely like blue hour vibes, but maybe the blue's a little bit intense, a little bit too strong in the rocky areas. There's something I can't quite put my finger on going on in the clouds down the valley in the distance, which is a bit distracting, and I don't know, I'm not quite sure what's happening there. So I held back for those reasons, but I think it's a crisp alpine landscape, and I think the composition is strong, the leading your eye down the valley, the foreground to background sharpness is lovely, and I, this is my jam. This is where I want to be, and it takes me right there, and it feels cold like the pre-dawn in the Alpine. So I think it deserves to come up considerably, maybe into the honours range for sure.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I just also wanted to comment the sort of compositional elements that you've got this image almost sliced into, almost from corner to corner. But yeah, I hear what everybody's saying, and I don't really have anything to add to it. So.
Okay. Judges, please rescore. Good talking, and the score has moved to 81. Well done to the photographer. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have initial score of 71. Charlotte, would you like to take that challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, this is really cinematic, and it's been emphasized by that crop. It's 100% South Island as well. I just really, really love that it takes me back there. I really hope that it is now, because otherwise, and I'm just loving the mountain placed centrally that you can just see, and you can just make out the snow on the back of it. It's just really atmospheric, and I think it's been technically handled really well as well from what I can see. Yeah, so that's why I scored it 85.
Thank you, Charlotte. Jace.
Sorry, I'm not there with you this time. I'm on 60. Maybe that was a bit mean. It is, you are correct, South Island. It's Castle Hill Basin, iconic landscape. I think there's some wonderful light happening in the mid-right, but the foreground is just in the shade, in the flat. There's no drama in the kind of forward and mid-ground where I really feel like something should be happening, and then in the left, leftmost third with the road and the other mountains is just a sort of muddy part, and it's out of balance with that highlight on the top right. So it didn't quite come together for me in the same way, and perhaps that is familiarity with that landscape for me, but it's yeah, it's not up there. I could come a little further than where I am, which is probably a little stingy.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
Yep, totally see where you're coming from. I can see the longer I look at it, a couple of technical flaws, and I totally see what you're saying about the muddiness. I guess the way I'm looking at this is a bit like a movie still, and that's what it's kind of giving to me. Maybe I was a bit generous, but I definitely think you've been really stingy.
You
So
can
let's try
say
and give
that,
it a bit more.
Never mind.
Meet you in the middle.
Judges, please rescore. And it has gone up. The new score is 72, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 79. Charlotte.
Guys, stop it. Look at this scene. It's incredible. I can't get past even just the center bottom. Look at the detail in all those little cracks and the ice and the bubbles and it goes all the way through. And you know the blue with the pink and the I think the exposure is perfect. The reflections, there's so much going on here. I think compositionally maybe it could be a little bit better. It might take me a bit longer to figure out how though. But yeah, stunning image. You can hear the ice creaking. And I want to hear other people's thoughts.
Catherine.
Well, I gave this 73, which is a highly commended. I think the colour palette's beautiful. The textures, as you say, lovely foreground detail here. I think this photographer has been in a really beautiful place at a really beautiful time and has done a commendable job of capturing it. That's as far as it goes for me, I guess, in terms of what the photographer has brought to this. They've chosen a good angle. They've filled the foreground with interesting stuff, but that's where it stops for me, I suppose.
Jace.
Here we go again. 74 for me. I think Kevin, you're right that it's the time and the place are magnificent. But I think the thing that held me back is that what kept me in that highly commended range is that the photographer hasn't done enough to capitalize on such phenomenal conditions, and it's the skewed kind of lack of balance in the hills. Like I keep wanting to turn my head to the left to sort of find a straighter perspective on the hills, and it's the messy edges and things disappearing out of the edges rather than a cohesive set of shapes that lead me through the image and the sort of no man's land in the middle that I think could bring this from really good to from highly commended to honours or higher. So that's just me.
Charlotte, right of reply.
Yeah, I hear what everybody's saying, and thank you for figuring out what I couldn't figure out with the composition there. So now I understand what I was seeing a bit better. And yep, I agree. Perhaps I have been drawn in by this beautiful landscape, and perhaps the photographer could have made a better job of it. So I'm going to reconsider.
Judges, please rescore. Chris, we're waiting for your score to come through.
Just refreshed.
Great. So the final score is 77, and we'll accept that, and we'll have the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 73. Catherine.
I could be accused of being all over the place tonight, but so I gave this a 93. I feel that this image has very strong impact and is really quite memorable. You know, I think, yeah, it's going to stick in my memory. I love, obviously, all the lines. You're at the crossroads of the road and the railway tracks, and then you've got the cross of the sign there. You've got all of the mood basically coming on from that mist there, and then the sign. You know, this is the heart of Taranaki, desolate area. Really enjoying all the textures, the recent rain on the road. Yeah, a very evocative, moody image that tells quite a story for me. So yeah, I'd love to talk about it a bit more.
Kevin.
I can understand the story, but it's the technical side of it that gets me.
What was your score, Kevin?
64. I found the front side of it way too grainy and overworked. And I've also got a pink halo in the background, and I've checked on 3 screens now, and it's still there. So yeah, and a loss of definition in the top left. Yeah, it just technically it just doesn't work. And then even on the right hand side of it, if they've right and left borders, sorry, if they've deliberately gone and tried to fade off those edges, then they need to do it a bit better, because it's just too close to the edge to work for me. I can understand the story, but the story's not enough to compensate for everything else.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anyone else wants to comment before Catherine replies?
I'll just say quickly, I think there's a strong image in there that the banding and technical issues Catherine mentioned are pretty major for me, and I keep wanting to crop it down. There's too much unnecessary stuff or space or something.
What was your score, Jace?
My apologies, my score was 68.
Catherine.
All right, I
Maybe
can see
over
I'm
point.
out on a limb here. Kevin, thank you. I do see what you're talking about. That is very grainy in the front there, and I had not noticed the fading away on the right-hand side there. It is now looking a little overworked to me. I don't see a pink halo though, pink banding. Yeah. So other than those things, which I grant you, I still really like it. But yes, unfortunately, I am seeing some of the faults that I missed the first time.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And the final score is 70. We'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 86. Jace.
I'm glad I was brave with this one. I gave it 92, and I underlined and I was going to give it about in the high 80s, and I thought, no, we need to talk about it, and it is really good. I'm going to dismiss maybe the biggest flaw, which is that thing that's sticking above the horizon on the extreme left-hand side. If that was cropped out, I would have been absolutely frothing. It's the one thing that detracts, I think, for me from. I've been talking about cinematic, film still material. This feels like a still out of No Country for Old Men, but in Australia or something. I don't know. I don't even know where this is, but it just is like it's got this foreboding sort of Quentin Tarantino. I don't know. It's really interesting, and the more I sit with it, the more kind of unsettling it is in a way. But it's also a real picture of rural landscape, and a part of the rural landscape that is easy to overlook, which is the sort of infrastructure, the crumbling infrastructure of the rural landscape. And I think that's powerful. There's a social landscape at play here as well. The bent pole just is, it's delightful. So yeah, what's wrong with it other than that one thing that I've mentioned that you're not allowed to blame it all on?
Chris.
So I was on mute. So I was on 78, and the pole did have a big part to play with that on the left-hand side there. I suppose the more I look at this image, the more I'm drawn away from that left-hand side edge and into, the petrol station and the view. I love the light and just that. Yeah, I suppose it's quite ironic that it's a 24-hour fuel station and there's like nothing there. So I'm listening.
Kevin.
I love this image. I'm with Jace. Other than the fact that I actually like that little post on the side because it makes it even more raw. And Williams Creek, by the way, is the entry point to Cooper Pedy in Aussie in South Australia, and it's fantastic. Back in the day, I've actually probably filled up at this petrol station, but I've never seen it looking this spectacular. I think you're right. It's cinematic. It's like something out of Mad Max, whatever movie, that sort of thing, and it just typifies it's typical outback. It's fantastic. I love it. I've given it a 92, and the more I look at it, the more I want to bring it up. If you don't score this in the high 80s or low 90s, then yeah. It is almost perfect.
Catherine.
I don't want to waste time, but yeah, I think I gave this 83. I'm definitely coming up at least to the low 90s. Loving the connection between the obvious sunset or sunrise and the 24-hour thing. And then when you zoom in, you see the Pelican Suites advertisement on the wall there. It's advertising drinking water as one of its features, as well as the aircon and the ensuite. So you're obviously in such a remote area that it's beautifully shot. So definitely coming up. Well done.
Charlotte, would you like to add something?
As well as what everybody else has already said, for me it's really challenging what this idea of Scapes is. And I was at 89 and I was cautious, and I'm so glad that other people have scored higher than me because I want the opportunity to come up, and I will be coming up.
Bring it home, Jace.
Hardly to say anything else. Just I would say, don't be afraid to go further than low 90s. I'm stuck on 92 here, but go crazy. Just put your thumb over that little thing, or as Kevin says, just enjoy it for its rawness. And yeah, it's a near perfect image.
Judges, please rescore. Kevin, you may need to refresh
Yeah.
to get your image through.
No, I think it's because I was equal top score.
Kevin,
It won't let
Kevin,
me.
you cannot score it above 92,
No, that's what I was just going to say. That's yeah.
but you can enter 92. Thank you. Good talking, judges. And the final score is 93. Clapping to the photographer. Yay! And we'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 74, and we will accept that. Sorry, initial score of 70, and we will accept that. Catherine, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, beautiful image. It's sort of got a real classic feel to it, and I enjoyed the way the little pinpricks of light sort of lead you back through the image in that winding road there. Good foreground detail. I guess for me it would have been a stronger image had there been more contrast with that front lighthouse sort of rock figure to make that really stand out against the rest of the landscape. But yeah, well done. Nice work.
Thank you. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 68. Would you like to challenge that, Chris?
I'm okay.
Okay, we'll accept that. Would you like to give a few comments to the photographer, Chris?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the image, just the different layers, and the light streams coming through. So yeah, it was a pleasant image.
Thank you. We'll accept that and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 69. Would you like to challenge this, Jace?
Yeah, maybe briefly. I gave it 77. I think it deserves to nudge up into the highly commended range. the compression, the choice of lens, the focus on the central focus on the bird, and the sort of leading up into the big mountains as a backdrop. Compositionally very strong, tonally maybe not handled perfectly, and certainly a touch over, or maybe more than a touch over sharpened. You've started to sharpen the noise of the grain a little bit, which is a shame, but I think it's a pretty solid attempt at a landscape that shows some wildlife in its natural habitat, which is nice.
Catherine.
So I gave this a 64 and agree with Jace, pretty solid attempt at wildlife in its natural habitat. I guess, yeah, so I've given it on the high end of acceptance. I think the reflections and stuff are beautiful with the layering, but I do think it's extremely grainy and over sharpened, so that's preventing me taking it to the highly commended.
Jace, right of reply.
Sure. Yeah. It is a shame to stumble at the last hurdle, as it were. I think that sharpening does potentially hold it back too much, but yeah. Nonetheless, I was willing to look past it, but I don't necessarily expect everyone to.
Thank you, Jace. Judges, please rescore. Thank you, and the score remains at 69. We'll accept that, and we're going to look at the next image. Thank you, judges, and the initial score is 70. Would you like to challenge this, Catherine?
Yes, please. So I gave this 82. I think it's really beautiful. The light is absolutely staggering in the color palette with the contrast of the blue and the browns and that little road leading you through there. I think we've seen scenes like this before, but I think there's a richness to this. I think the photographer has taken their foot off the processing pedal just in time. Maybe the average suggests other people disagree with me there, I'm not sure. But I feel that they've brought out the richness and the contrast in a beautiful way that's not over-processed to me, but interested to hear what other people think.
Jace.
Yeah, no, I think they held their foot to the floor for far too long, probably, for my taste. I think it's an attempt at manufacturing selectively lit landscape, or going further than the natural light of the situation allowed. So the heavy darkening in the foreground and the sort of slightly clumsy highlighting of the road, and then the highlights on the sort of middle right, so background hills have been darkened down unnaturally. So where there was potentially some really lovely rim light on those hills, it's been kind of squished, and so I think a little heavy-handed on the, maybe more than a little heavy-handed on the processing for me.
You have the right of reply, Catherine.
It's the perils of not zooming in. Okay, so I can now see some quite severe banding in the clouds, and yeah, maybe wrong about the level of pressure on the pedal, but I still I think when you're not zooming right in, I still feel that the photographer has achieved quite a beautiful image here. And what was the average, Elon?
70.
Okay, no, I think it needs to be higher than that. Yeah, urge you to reconsider, come up a little bit if you can.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And the final score is 69. We'll accept that. And we're going to move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 80. And we will accept that. Kevin, would you like to say a few words about the photograph?
Yeah, I love it. Again, it's my kind of landscape, the hoarfrost, and it looks like it could be down in the Mackenzie or the Manutoro, but I can't make out the road sign. But the road sign itself, the road leads you in, which is nice and delicate, nice and frosted. But then you hit the sign, and the sign's like a smack on the back of the head saying, this way, this way. And for me, it doesn't detract, it adds to it. I like the balance between the strength of that road sign against everything else, and also the fact that it balances against the softness in the background. So even though it's light in that little space to the top left of the road sign, your eye doesn't really go there. It follows the road and kicks round past the sign. The detail in the trees is fantastic.
Thank you, Kevin. This is just a feedback to the photographer, and I'm sure they will appreciate that. And we move to the next image.
I think my previous score got applied to this image.
Same here.
Okay, we will rescore. You should have just refresh your screens and pray to the computer gods. Okay, we have different scores, so this initial score is 76. Would you like to challenge this, Kevin?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Jace, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, sure. I think this is it's quite an iconic sort of scene, and it's pretty solid go at it. The dodging and burning or treatment of the sky, and some of the grain getting quite crunchy has let it down, but the the intent is there, and maybe a little more balance in the composition would have helped. But yeah,
Okay,
nice.
we'll accept that and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 70 and we will accept that. Jace, would you like to say a few words to the photographer?
Yeah, spectacular job of capturing the mood of a downpour fjordland. I love the mood and the feel. Just lacking in technical finesse. That it's the detail has gotten muddy, and the handling, the post production has brought out some artifacts that aren't really desirable. So yeah, careful attention to your post production technique might turn this. I mean, I can't see the raw file, but might turn this into a really nice image. So
Thanks, Jace. We'll accept this and we'll move to the next photo. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 73 and we'll accept that. Chris, would you like to give some feedback to the photographer?
Yep, certainly. I suppose really like the last rays, or the first rays of the light, the sun just catching the clouds and the sides of the hills. Just look at carefully on the edges. I know you've included that tree on purpose, or the branches on purpose, but there's quite a few sort of white spots which are leaves that are out of focus that sort of draw my attention away to the nice landscape view there.
Thank you, and we will move to the next image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 70. Catherine, would you like to challenge this image?
Yes, please. So I gave this 81 because I feel that this photographer has taken a fairly ordinary scene and elevated it into something really quite beautiful. The crop is really working, all the texture, the light is absolutely gorgeous, and the pops of colour from such a common plant, you know, you see in the sand dunes. There's a beautiful curve of that dune and behind, and I'm really enjoying the play of light along that ridge of the sand. And yeah, I'm not surprised that maybe some people aren't in the 80s with me, I guess, but I feel that on 70, just as a low, highly commended. I feel like it deserves more than that. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Jace.
Me being stingy again. I think this is a couple of things for me that are holding this back. One is the treatment of the sky is a bit heavy. Two is the detail in the sand dune in the sky, and even the further back plants has gotten a bit mushy, and so when it's sort of when you're not too close and it's far away, maybe you get away with it, but it just doesn't deliver the crispness that I want to see. And then the last thing is the composition feels a little out of balance, and I want to crop the right hand side maybe, and potentially I want to like take a step to the right so that that empty space in the foreground between the plants is filled by the closest part to the camera or something. It's hard to know without being there, but I feel like there's a really something that has been spotted here, which is great, but hasn't quite delivered in the image in terms of compositional balance. And I wonder if it's shot on a phone or something that's let the photographer down in terms of that fine detail. But yeah, I agree that there's something nice here, and it just didn't come together. I only gave it 66, so I probably was a bit harsh. I could come up into the 70s.
You have the right of reply, Catherine.
Okay, I can see what you're saying potentially about the fine detail, but completely disagree about the composition. I wouldn't want to take anything off the right there, because I feel you've got the plants in the front, you've got a bit of a scoop of each, and then this beautiful fanning out of the shadow, and I really wouldn't want to see that lost. So I think the light is stunning, the colour palette's stunning. Do see what you mean about some of the the technicals, but for me it's still working.
Judges, please rescore. And the final score is 71. Thank you. We'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 69. Charlotte, do you want to go ahead and challenge this?
I thought that the scoring might be higher for this one. I actually thought I might be quite low, so I gave it an 80. But I was feeling very generous, so I don't want to challenge, but I'm happy to comment.
Well, why don't you comment then?
There is so much going on here. It's a bit like a made-up fantasy scene. All the colors and the pockets of brightness and the highlights and the shadows and the reflections and the heron. It's a lot. And to have captured that together in what looks to me to be one scene is quite amazing to have done. So that's why I scored it where I did.
That's okay.
But I'm happy to hear other people.
No, you either challenge or not, Charlotte. You said you don't want to challenge it. So do you want to challenge this?
I don't want to encourage people to bring their score up.
Well,
but
then we'll
I do feel like it's
score.
worth discussion.
Well, let's put it this way, Charlotte. We can discuss an image only if
Do you guys want to talk about it?
No, that's not the question, Charlotte. The question is,
Fine, I'll challenge it, and then people
Do
can
you want to
discuss it.
challenge it? And it could go down. We've had
That's fine.
cases where it goes
I'm
down.
happy with that.
So you want to challenge it?
Yeah,
Good.
because I want to give people a chance to talk.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
Okay. First and foremost, I mean, it's Milford Sound is a fantastic place. It's
Kevin,
definitely
what
one of
was
the
your
ones.
score?
58.
It will
the
be
reason,
great, Kevin, if you could say it at the
Say the
beginning
score
so we
first.
know where you're coming from. And yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I gave it 58. Yes, it's a beautiful landscape, but the landscape is the background because the only thing that's in focus is the white heron, the kotuku. So for me, it's actually a photograph of the kotuku and not Milford Sound, so it doesn't meet the landscape criteria. Before anything else, that's the first thing. I think there's been way too much post-production on the background as well. I think that's the two main reasons for giving it 58. But first and foremost, it's a photograph of a white heron.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply unless someone else wants to add something to the discussion.
I'll go
Jess.
quickly. Yeah, I think I'd be comfortable with it in Scapes, but I think exactly that they've attempted to capture so much in the scene is what's let it down, and so it's like a smorgasbord of sweet treats that just leaves you feeling a little bit sickly or something because you've overindulged. There's beautiful light in the background. There's a dramatic sky. There's an incredible landscape. There's a white heron, and none of it is resolved into what is the image. It's just a bit. It's not clear where to settle your eyes. So there's probably a really strong image just of the kotuku and Maita Peak with the reflection there, or it's probably a really strong image of the sunset in the fjord or something. But all of it is too much, and it leaves it confusing. So that left me at 66 or 63 maybe.
Charlotte, you have the right of reply.
I agree with what everybody said.
Okay, so let's rescore this, please. And the final score is 66, and we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 63, and we'll accept that. Chris, would you like to give some feedback to the photographer?
Yep, certainly. I think well planned out image, Milky Way intersecting the statues or totem poles or whatever they happen to be. Also lining up with the little island. Nicely planned and captured image.
Yes, we'll accept that, and we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of...
This has taken my initial score for my last image.
Okay, we will rescore. So everybody please refresh your screens because we're not sure what happens here. And we have an initial score of 78. Catherine, would you like to challenge this image?
Yes, please. So I gave this 87. I find this a really powerful and interesting image. I love the panoramic crop. I think that's working really, really well. And just an intriguing perspective made really strong by the inclusion of that curved road. So you've got all the curves going on from the natural landscape, especially on the far left there with the water, the sea coming in, and then the man-made curves in the middle. And then that little bit of the white that leads you from the bottom of the frame into the image, and then you're around the mountain. And yeah, I just kind of want to travel around in this landscape, and I think the color palette is really beautiful and really successful as well. So yeah, I think it warrants further discussion.
Thank you, Catherine. What was your score, Kevin?
My score was 74.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I get what Catherine's saying, and it is an interesting landscape. Iceland or the Faroes or wherever it is. I do like the fact that the road comes through and it's concentric, and you've got the road leading in. I know you get caught because you can't go there week in, week out, so you take what you get. But I think that the cloud I want to see the peaks, basically, and I think the cloud detracts from the overall image. It's not as dramatic as it could have been, and I mean nothing against the photographer. I think they've done a good job capturing what it is, but it's not as dramatic as others that we've seen.
Would you like to add something, Charlotte?
Yeah, I don't mind the clouds on the peaks. I think it gives it a bit of mood and a bit of mystery. I wish that it was cropped in from the left to balance it out a bit more. I feel like it's a bit too stretched out by including that bit of coastal beach there. I gave it an 80. I would have come higher if it was cropped in. And there's something, I don't know whether it's not quite level, there's something a bit off about it, but it's really phenomenal capture.
Catherine, your right of reply. Oh, Jace, you wanted to say something?
I was gonna so I was on 78. I'll come up into the honors range, but I think, and probably because the misty peaks is lovely. That's what I really enjoy about it, because there's just enough of that high peak, and there's a bit of mystery, so that works for me. I agree about I like that. I think the crop on the left gives it more balance. I get that it would be hard to choose where to do that, and I think the large area of sort of flat, cloudy sky on both sides is a bit bland, and that's part of what detracts in that regard. And I also just wanted to say, I wonder if it's maybe actually a really clever selfie, because it looks like there's some people on the left, very left, on the hill there, and I wonder if the photographer's among them, which I think adds a certain charm to it, to me. And the light on the little buildings sort of delivered a little area of nicer light, which helps bring it up. So we're coming up a little.
Thank you, Jace. Catherine.
Great, yeah, nice to hear someone agrees this is a phenomenal capture. I agree the mistiness adds to the mystery of it, and as I said initially, the curve on the left that you're talking about cropping out was one of the things that I particularly liked, the echo of the curving lines from the natural world and the man-made world. So yeah, really working for me. I think it really needs to come up into honours, even if it's low honours. I'm on 87. I'm very happy there, but I'd love to see you come a bit higher. Thanks.
Judges, please rescore. Good talking, judges, and the final score is 82. Congratulations to the photographer, and we'll accept that. And we'll move to the next image. Thank you, judges, and we have an initial score of 82, and we will accept that. Charlotte, would you like to give some feedback to the photographer?
Yeah, really nicely captured. Good on you for getting up early in the morning and finding this. I love the layers. Yeah, I think you've presented it really nicely. Well done.
Awesome. And we'll move to the next image.
I'm not getting a new image, and if I refresh it, I think it's gonna.
No,
take
try
my
to
new
refresh,
score.
Jace. Try to refresh, and we will pray.
Oh, it worked.
You see, you have to trust the machine. Or not. Jace, maybe refresh your machine once more, just guess. And we have an initial score of 78. Would you like to challenge this, Jace?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I gave it 83. I think it's worthy of an honor. I think it's easy to dismiss what's quite a kind of, I guess I would call a chocolate boxy image. But it takes planning and care to deliver an image like this. I see some technical flaws. The halo around the trees being the most egregious, and that is unfortunate. I think that's probably